Before we do, I want to acknowledge we do have a new board member joining us this evening. Heather Furman, representing Chittenden County. I say a couple of words about yourself.
Yeah, thank you. I've been in Vermont for about 30 years and really appreciate the opportunity to join the board at such an interesting time. And I work in conservation, I hunt and fish. It's a privilege to be here.
All right, well, welcome. All right, we'll start off with board introductions. I want to start us off, Neil.
Neil Hogan, Bennington County. Paul Patterson, Anderson County. Ryan Kilmore, Orange County.
Paul Noel, Orleans County.
Martin Van Buren, Rutland County. Nick Burnham, Windsor County.
Jeffrey Corey, Franklin County.
I'm from Chittenden County.
Beth Dimling, Grand Isle County.
Richard Craig, Lamoille County.
We have board members online. David,
Muted.
David Dean, Wyndham County.
that's it for board members online. All right. Okay, we'll start off with approval of the previous meeting minutes from April 22nd. Everybody had a chance to look those over.
I'll make the motion, say that, it's your. I'll second.
All right, we have a motion to accept the minutes. Is there any further discussion, comment? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Right, the meetings are approved from the April 22nd meeting. We'll now do public comments. Reminder, a 2-minute duration, and you could maybe walk up to the front, if you're not comfortable, that's fine too, but we got quite a crowd here, so sorry we got our backs to you. First off is Pam Perry.
Thank you. Carrie, I'm 70 years old and I'm a lifelong Vermonter. My dad was a deer hunter. And it was a tradition in early November, we would raid our Halloween candies, so we would have something to take out to the woods with them. I've always preferred amongst Vermonters the tradition of great respect for wildlife. For their intrinsic value, over and above anything that has to do with food or recreation. I support their rating. It's not healthy food. It's like shooting fish in a barrel. It just doesn't seem like there's anything sporty about it. And when it comes to the moms and folks, it seems like it's just outright cold and not a smart thing to do, to shoot the mom and he comes behind. How would we all feel if the bears moved into town and started taking out the ladies pushing the strollers? Oh, baby. And don't kill the moms. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Next up is that Nexus or Lexus? Both?
Alexia.
Alexia.
Yes. Yeah, so I'm happy to hear that the board is not recommending developing a regulated black bear baiting season. Luring a bear over a pile of candy and donuts is not ethical hunting, it's lazy. I do support the prohibiting of killing sows who have cubs. A mother bear is absolutely vital to her cub's survival and development. Cubs depend on her for nourishment, and they typically stay with the mother bear for 1.5 to 2 years. So you guys do realize if you kill the mothers who are raising the cubs, you're not gonna have the cubs that grow up. There's gonna be nothing to hunt. So the caring for the cubs for longer time gives them an added bonus of better chance of survival long term. And without the survival of cubs, you'll have no bears. So again, it really comes down to ethics, and that's it.
Yes, thank you. No, sorry. Turn Lickfield.
Right here. So I'm in Worcester, Vermont, and I am a nature lover and someone who also respects hunting. I respect hunting that is done with respect and with understanding of the creatures that you're hunting. And I also really appreciate science-based wildlife management. I want to say it seems like it should go without saying that we protect mother bears for all the reasons that you just spoke to so clearly. And it seems like it should go without saying that shooting animals over a bait pile is not hunting. It's just cruelty. And it's not done with respect for the creatures. It's unethical and dangerous and results in more problems for people and for wildlife. And it does not support, I do not support extending the bear season or giving more patents. I do support science-based management approaches that take into account the greatest good for the bears, as well as the whole ecosystem, and our role as stewards for all creatures to have an intrinsic value beyond just being.
Thank you, Fern. Sophie. Oh,
Water. Should I come up there? Would it be easier? Or should I stay there? I'm not supposed to be staying in that seat, so. Okay, hello, board members of the Fish and Wildlife Department. I am opposed to Hunt's petition wanting to allow bear baiting. On the Vermont Fish and Wildlife website, they state that it is illegal to hunt and feed bears. Our own department posted a flyer, help keep bears wild, which said never feed bears, secure garbage, compost and foods, use electric fences, and take bird feeders down in spring, summer, and fall. They also say baiting increases human bear conflict as bears become dependent on a constant food source and can become aggressive. There are more than 220 organizations that have endorsed the Don't Feed the Bears Act, which is HR 442, led by U.S. Representative Jeff Vandar, who states the practice of bear baiting creates danger for both people and animals. Baiting has proven to spread disease like sarcoptic mane, recently detected in Vermont bears. And the highly processed foods hunters need disrupts their diet and gut health. Baiting is banned in 2/3 of states with bear hunting, and it's the focus of federal bill HR 42422, which would outlaw the practice on all federal lands. I also hear there's a recommendation to extend the bear hunting season by a month and add an extra tag per person. As Camo states, a healthy bear population like Vermont's has a natural cycle of peaks and dips. Beech nuts are bears' primary food source, and beech leaf disease is encroaching on Vermont's forests, which is a very big concern for the next decade. So why would we increase the hunting season when their main food source is already under threat? Camo also reminds us, if you live in Vermont, you live in bear country, and you're responsible for preventing conflicts with bears. And that coexisting with our healthy bear population requires all Vermont's essential sources of conflict before problems start. I'm very glad the Fish and Wildlife Department does not believe it should be legal to hunt sows with their cubs. If a cub loses its mother, it would not survive and it would suffer from starvation. Do you, as board members, really feel like it is okay for cubs to suffer? I surely hope not. Thank you.
Sarah Gorsland.
Sophie here. I really appreciate the opportunity to testify today. My name is Sarah Borstein. I represent. We're an organization dedicated to coexistence with wild carnivore species and to practical science-based solutions to wildlife conflicts. I'm here to speak today about the bear rules before the board. Received a petition from Project Coyote with a request to change the bear hound training season start date While we're aware that advancement of that change may require legislative action, we stand by the imperative stated in the petition to shorten the training season for both ecological and ethical reasons. The return of Vermont forests, and with the return of forests are bears, is really a success story. Bears are essential to healthy forests, and they improve forest diversity, improving soil aeration. They spread seeds in their fur, and they fertilize forests with their scat. Bottom line, bears improve the landscape for all species. So now the challenge before us is reducing conflicts while supporting farmers, residents, and communities experiencing real impacts. And today I'm speaking in support of the department's expertise and the best available science on bear ecology and conflict reduction. I urge the board to follow their expertise in advancing the following recommendations for effective science-based bear management. Project Coyote supports the department's position that bear baiting should not be allowed. Adding more attractants to a landscape runs counter to efforts to reduce bear conflicts. The way to reduce and prevent bear and other wildlife conflicts is practical adjustments to human behavior, the removal of attractants like birdseed, domestic animal foods, and unsecured waste bins and compost sites, and the introduction of bear-proof dumpsters, compost and waste. Electric fencing for small-scale issues or humane hazing for large-scale issues can be helpful tools to prevent further bear conflicts. The department is already doing some of this work on the ground, and we appreciate any use of non-lethal and humane coexistence measures. We also support the department's recommendation for a rule to ban the known killing of mother bears with cubs in sight. This rule will be enforced at the discretion of game wardens, like all wildlife regulations.
Can I wrap it up, Sarah?
All right, thank you. The board's rules are intended to create the best possible management practices for wildlife and ecosystems. And at Project Coyote, our goal is always to see that happen with non-legal methods. Thank you so much.
Sarah? Kevin Carney.
Stand up here. I'm not much of a voice, so I'm sorry, I'm not loud enough. I've owned my property for 36 years. I've loved every time I've seen a bear walk across my property. I've had problems the last few years because I walk my dogs around my property for an hour each day, hour and a half. And during hunting season, I can't go up to one section of my property because there's always hunters up there. I don't want them shooting my dogs. I'm concerned about that at a personal level. I'm concerned about the fact that those bears I love to see, someone else takes them. I don't get to see them. I don't get that feeling. I don't get that joy that I would normally feel by seeing a bear. It's gone. I'm very upset about this. I'm worried about an extended season. That means how much more time I couldn't go on my property. Tell you the truth, the first time in 35 years. Oh, no, I take that back. Second time in 35 years, 36 years. I think I will this year. No trespassing signs up. Because I want to protect the animals. I want to protect my dogs. I want to protect the future of wildlife in Vermont. Thank you.
Kevin. Linda.
Cacaporto.
That's right. Right.
People suffer.
I've only lived in Vermont around 10 years, but before I lived in Vermont, I lived in Idaho and worked for the Fish and Game and the Forest Service. Baiting bears is not best practice. We've spent tons of time in Vermont telling people to secure bird feeders, to secure their waste, to secure everything so that we don't habituate bears to human food sources. And now we're going to give them a human food source. That's just inviting disaster. I think what bait piles do is give hound dogs an easy place to start, and then they can pursue a bear and up a tree. I just think this is the wrong-headed thing to do. I feed woodpeckers with suet through the winter, but I always take those down in the spring because I don't want to get a bear in trouble. Maybe I'll just leave my suet up and then shoot them off my deck in the spring. That would be about the same as hunting bears over bait piles. It makes no sense. It's not ethically sound. doesn't make any sense. Thank you.
Here, Vermont Fall Hunters Association. I do want to make one quick clarity point on the letter I sent to the board and to the department, the research group. We use the term bait sites, bait setups, and bait stations in that letter. They're all the same thing. Just a point of clarity, so people don't maybe confusing. Just one, they're all the same. The other thing I wanted to bring up, and one of the biggest things we've heard about it here already, is policy that the state has had. It's a good dead bear is a dead bear. It's been a long-standing policy. However, not meeting the goals which is intended to meet. Regulation is growing and it's not. Sometimes policy has to change. Here's the point, United States Forest Service. Forever, the idea of a wildfire, only good one is an outline. No fires, smoky bear, only you can stop it. That built up tons of understory, tons of timber. When the fires hit in the early 2000s, they were massive. The Forest Service changed their position, their policy. Now they have prescribed burns all over. You look on that map. Prescribed burns to get rid of them. They're fighting fire with fire. And in this situation, these bait sites show up. Limited time, limited place. Gives an opportunity for the hunter to study what he's looking at. Make sure it's not a sound. There is some. And it's a good policy change. I want to make it help. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Vanessa Krantz.
Good evening. My name is Vanessa Kranz. I'm a state of Vermont employee, but I'm speaking in my personal capacity today. I'm also a landowner in Bethel, Vermont. I just bought 35 acres in Bethel. I urge the board to reject the proposal to allow bear baiting and to reject the proposals to extend the season and allow a second bear tag. I do support the proposal to prohibit the hunting of mother bears at the Hudson site. And I ask the board to carefully consider the available science and the expertise of the Vermont Fish and Wildlife Department's biologists and staff before taking action on this. One of the major concerns with bear baiting is that it intentionally conditions bears to associate humans with food. I shared with the board members an article that I found that includes, it's an assessment of expert opinion analysis on the risks associated with bear baiting. And in that article, they found that bait stations are essentially feeding bears and that baiting increases risk to public safety, alters natural bear behavior, and can increase the likelihood that bears are killed in defense of life or property. Additional studies with research conducted in Virginia have also identified concerns related to bear baiting, including impacts on bear behavior and human and bear interactions. These are important decisions with long-term implications for wildlife management and public trust. I respectfully ask the board not to force a vote without meaningful discussion and careful consideration of the scientific information that is already available and the expertise of the department's professionals. Thank you.
Charles Palmer.
This is taken off the main website. Bear biologists in Maine generally support the use of bear baiting as part of the state's population management strategy, but they also recognize the need for regulation to ensure sustainability and ethical practices. 2025 U.S. Geological Survey study found no evidence that hunting over bait increases American black bear reproduction or population growth in Maine. In fact, research showed that bait use as a major harvest method. About 69% of black bear harvests occur over bait, and that bait can slightly increase the probability of harvesting reproductive age females. The effect is weak. USGS.gov reference. This suggests baiting is an effective tool for meeting harvest goals without inadvertently boosting production. Management perspective, Maine's Department of Inland Fisheries and Wildlife uses a variety of harvest methods including hunting over bait, maintain a stable bear population. Baiting is allowed during the first 4 weeks of the fall hunting season, and Maine monitors bear populations through extensive research and data collection. Hunter.ed.com reference. Biologists see baiting as a way to improve harvest success rates, especially in areas where bears are less successful. Regulatory changes and debate. 2020, Maine held a public hearing on a petition to phase out bear baiting by 29. The petition was rejected. Hearing revealed that while some hunters and conservationists wanted to reduce baiting, the majority of biologists and hunters supported it as part of the state's management plan. Press Herald reference. More recently, in 25, new rules were introduced to make baiting safer and more humane, banning certain harmful foods, requiring bait site registration, and promoting scent and object-based attractants instead of edible bait. Is this legal.com? Bottom line, Maine's bear biologists view baiting as a legitimate and effective component of bear management, provided it is done under regulated conditions. They emphasize it does not significantly increase bear numbers and can help meet harvest objectives, but they also support reforms to improve animal welfare and ecological safety. Thanks. Here.
Thank you, Charles. Rocky Van Allen.
Hello?
Oh, this way back here. Okay, well, my name is Rocky Bunnell. I want to start off by thanking the board, the people who sit on this board, for they volunteer their time. I want to thank them. I want to talk about people that are against hunting. And that's what it comes down to. I've dealt with these people my whole life. I've been in the forestry business. They're against cutting trees. To make a healthy forest, you have to cut trees. If you want a good forest, you got to manage it. It's a simple factor. And then I hear a lot about it's unfair to bait bears. Well, it's called hunting. Give you an example. I put your hook in the water, put nothing on it. Tell me how it works. The other thing, they say it's unfair to call turkeys. When we call turkeys in, that's unfair. It's not unfair. It's hunting. The state needs a tool to manage the bear population for the health of the bear population. We're not going to get to annihilate it. It's a tool. Give you an example. What if we treat the deer the way we treat the bear right now? We're always working hard to manage the deer herd. But I'm going to leave you with this. Take a look on the Vermont Regulation magazine. It says hunting. That's what it is. It's a society. It does not all people are in favor of it. Look on the back page of that magazine. On the back page of that magazine, there's men, women, children, people that are handicapped. It's a way of life. We'd like to keep it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rocky. I just want to say, let's refrain from any comments, laughing, or even applause, so we keep this going on smoothly and quickly. Next up, Fred Schroeder.
I am Fred Schroeder, Bristol, Vermont. Wow. Protect our wildlife, and anti-hunters and anti-trappers are actually supporting the fish and wildlife. Wow. Okay, I'm not here to talk about bear baiting. I'm here to talk about the panfish regulations that were passed about a year ago. First, I want to talk about invasive species. Wild hogs in the south part of the United States. Big problem down there. They destroy thousands of acres of farmland. They cost billions of dollars every year to farmers. They destroy wildlife habitat. What would you do as a board if you knew that wild hogs were on their way right now to Vermont right now? Invasive species. What would you think? Okay, so let's say wild hogs did get to Vermont. Would you pass a law to protect them? Or would you pass a law to limit or to make their take unlimited? So here we go with the panfish regulations. Trout waters in Vermont. Let's say Sterling Pond, Sayon Pond, Lewis Pond. Some of you have been to these ponds. Brook trout ponds. That's all that's in there. There's minnows and there's brook trout. Somehow, sunfish get in this pond. My pond, the pond that I grew up on, Shadow Lake in Glover, as a kid, did not have pumpkin seed in it. I know it didn't because I fished it every single weekend I could when I came up to see my grandparents. Sunfish showed up in it about 20 years ago. Are those invasive? I'd say they are. New panfish regulations protect invasive species. What's the sense in that? So now panfish or sunfish get into Sayon Pond in Groton. Be awful if they did. Now they're protected. What sense does that make? Can anybody see the logic in this panfish regulations? Doesn't make any sense. Now I'm going to say this. You talked about science-based decisions. The department's supposed to be doing that. They use no science in making these laws. They didn't do any studies, and they're never going to see if it actually mattered. That's all I want to say. Last thing I want to say is just say no to protect our wildlife. They're not here for us. They're here against us. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Next up, Ann Jameson.
I didn't hear you.
Ann Jameson,
My name is Ann Jameson. I'm from Marshfield. As the wildlife advocate for the Green Mountain Animal Defenders, I oppose baiting of bears. Totally contradicts what the department's published directive is against baiting. Baiting is misleading. All bears to an artificial resource, creating potential human and animal conflicts with not only bears, but other species such as foxes, coyotes, raccoons, skunks, drunks, some of whom are babies. Bear sites, hate sites, wild, by habituating them to non-natural food sources, altering normal population distribution patterns, escalating territorial conflicts with other bears, species, and humans, and increasing the risk of disease introduction and spread, like the psychotic mange and resources to both wild and domestic animals. The principle of fair chase creates opposition to baiting by many hundreds and millions. I support the department's proposal to ban the killing of salamanders with one or more housing site. Sows emerge from their starvation, undernourished, and in critical need of food to feed their house. Often cubs will often starve, or if captured, must be taken to a bear qualified rehab center by a main to survive. Even if the cubs are lucky enough to find a natural food, they may instead find and become habituated to things like folks leave their homes with them, learning how to lead successfully and violent ways. Please carefully consider how your actions on these two proposals will affect the well-being of our business. Thank you.
thank you, Ann. Sarah Moe, she said possibly.
Possibly, that's me. There's been a real lot of good points that were made so far. Most of the points I was going to make it on my notes so far have been made. For the record, I am against baiting, and necessary sugars are not good for anybody, and donuts and things, you can bake, they do like sweet stuff. I was hoping with that acknowledgement of it and the fact that our ecosystem is changing, that we would consider, you would consider extending this in the training season. As they're coming out of their dens, not even having a good year of sleep, they're getting chased. And I've been a bartender and a local, their end up. And if you, I know that you know, because I've talked to the sheriffs, you know that they're running them over ridges. You know that they're already planning it. they're not getting a break. So a bait season is probably the last thing they need in addition to hot staters coming by and boards to get some years. It's better stupid. That's all. And I know you have a tough job. Appreciate it. I understand one thing. Just like climate and things like that. Cones don't work. Fires, yes, they change. Getting more, fire marshals, it turns out to burn stuff, it does help. Sometimes we do need to call too. But when humans are the ones who choose to comb, they choose the biggest, the best, the most handsome, the prettiest, and that doesn't help the scenario. So please extend the season. And they'll make it later when you get out of them, please don't bait them. Hopefully, especially.
Thank you, Sarah. Hey, Rod Coronado.
I'm Steve Coronado from the town of Orange, and I'd like to welcome the new Chittenden representative to the board. And also take this opportunity just to say, I love seeing this many people here at a Fish and Wildlife Board meeting. This truly represents the amount of people who are concerned about wildlife. And I thank you all, from the staff, from the biologists, petitioners, the hunters, the activists, all of us are here because we care about black bears. And but we might not be educated about black bears, and that's why I personally defer to the biologists, people in the know. Before I moved here, I lived in the Midwest. I spent 8 years investigating conflicts with bear baiting. I can talk all about it, but you can also look on YouTube. I have 150 videos I've made about bear baiting on the Wolf Patrol channel. But I want to speak to the messaging that the broader state of Vermont is receiving. In the last month, 7 days, the Free Newspaper has been publishing these ads from the department that says, help keep our bears wild. And the first thing underneath that, never feed bears. So this is a good job. The people that I speak to about bear baiting are shocked because this is what they're being taught. So again, let's listen to the science. Also, in regards to the petition, or not the petition, but the department's recommendation from February to prohibit the killing of sows with cubs, I support that. It isn't in the current recommendation, but I want to quote something from the February recommendation from the department biologist. And that is, currently the department is recommending regulation changes to increase bear hunting opportunities. Anticipating that these changes will increase the number of bears harvested each year in Vermont, now is an appropriate time to take precautionary steps and increase protection for female bears, the dependent young, and encourage additional awareness among hunters. I support bear hunting. I support the department's recommendations for an increase in the season, but to maintain social carrying capacity for bear hunting practices, I think it is a good time to put that prohibition in effect. And the last thing I want to say is, I don't want to see hunters cited for that. I just want to be able to tell people, new hunters that become bear hunters in Vermont, that, hey, it's illegal to kill a sow with cubs. We're not looking to catch you doing it wrong, but just out the gate, just know that, make an effort, and I think we'll see a great reduction in that conflict. Thank you, everybody.
Sheila Vogel.
My name is Sheila Vogel. I live in East Charleston. And I was advised to stick to science, but I'm not. I'm going with the motion. I implore the board to vote no on the petition to allow baiting. All of my friends, neighbors, and acquaintances know some French hunters that they do become the same thing. The very term baiting conjures up a vision of a very dark, unsavory pervert in a white van, a couple blocks from a schoolyard, baiting children at Kennedy. That's what the term baiting calls to mind. I don't know of anyone in Vermont who's in favor of baiting. On the emotional side, I moved to Los Angeles. I was never very well. I did not know Vermont. I had a thirst to learn about the majestic wildlife that we have there. And I sponsored some orphan baby bear cubs.
What did you
One
say?
and many cubs.
Yeah, 2 pairs of glasses there.
And very, very adorable. Just adorable. I followed his rehab for 2 years and then he was released. And every night when I go to bed, I hope to God that the city guide is okay. That's me, that's my emotions. I realize, some wildlife management is necessary. I don't see any skill sportsmanship. My ethnic friends said it is lazy. And, they already have high-powered rifles, you have gadgets that, mimic the sound of an animal in distress to more than
Crazy.
and we have a lot of, yes, things that sense to more invade. And I implore you to please vote no on the bear baiting. And that's good.
And Sheila. Reminder, those online, some of you, you're not muted and you're bleeding through, we're hearing some of your conversations. So please mute your mics. Kevin Lawrence.
Thanks, and welcome, Heather. I just wanted to note all the, just since you have to travel here tonight, finalizing your ambulance permits and a new tagging rule potentially, and some youth novice archery considerations to hold as well. I appreciate your deliberations. I know this is hard work and you're going to do it. Although whenever I see the word potential vote, I really hope you folks can put these things all to bed and do your voting tonight and have this ready to move forward. I don't want to have delayed any further, so I hope you can do that. Do appreciate your work. One thing I'll say to the chair is, I wonder if maybe you need to come up with some rules of decorum that are published so that people can know how to behave and, what words to use, that kind of thing. And that's pretty common. Like I'm a trustee in my village, we have rules of decorum, so when people come to the door, they kind of can say, oh, by the way, I should read this over before you act, however you want to act in a public meeting. But that's something you can do as a board, you can develop that. But anyway, appreciate your work and I hope you finish it tonight. On to that first vote, and I'll see you at the hearings. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Davis McCarthy.
Howdy, my name is Davis McCarthy, from Warren, Vermont. I'm against bear baiting. I could read what I cut and copied off the state's website, but the state doesn't advise, doing so. I'm against the idea, just in general, of using processed human foods. Bear baiting, were to be passed. It's not as if every bear that consumes the bear bait is going to get shot. You leave the food out there for a hot minute and you come back when you're ready. So, and during that time, anything can eat it, any animal can eat it. So I guess I had less of a problem if you put food out there and you shot at a bear that ate the food. So it's kind of how I do it. The artificial abundance of food, the bear bait in the fall, may send a false carrying capacity signal to the sow. So basically, the sow needs to have enough fat in her system to be able to bring those cubs to term. So if she's essentially thinking, hey, there's so much food here, I can have 3 cubs this year, I got 4 cubs this year. And then they're born into a world that doesn't have enough food. Well, that's on us. That's not good stewardship. The state's portal for reporting incidents, bear incidents, went live in 2011. So it's kind of the causation versus correlation. So I know that, we're saying that there's more conflicts, with bears, but if you look at the trend lines, they kind of go up linearly. Like people made it easier for people to report, conflicts with bears. So probably just determine, the causation versus correlation there. The state has met its goal for the bear population, which is an awesome, story. We got our bears back, but get a few issues with looking at those volumes. The argument there are too many bears, and that the cause of increased conflict events is due to the increasing bear population. There's no quantifiable metric or measurement to conclude that that is true. We just know that there are more bears. Where's the proof? Again, causation versus correlation. So for example, looking at the ideas of property damage, public safety, what is the total monetary cost, the private property from the bears? what is the total monetary cost, the damaged vehicles, from, vehicle bear collisions.
Gotta wrap it up, David.
And, there were two, bear incidents, that involved, Vermonters, I think around, 2022. And, both of those involved dogs. So, dogs entering the bear's habitat doesn't mean that, people are in danger. People just need to control their dogs. And, the question of like, do we have too many bears? Maybe we have too many dogs. 550 children went to the hospital in the, last 5 years for dog bites. So I'm not saying we should start shooting dogs. I'm not saying we need to cull our dog population, but again, causation versus correlation. Maybe too many dogs. Let's just prove that we have too many bears in the first place.
Please. And refrain from applauding, laughing, whatever. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Butch Spear,
I'm Butch Spear, I live in Newbury, Vermont. I was born in Vermont. Moved out when I was a kid. My father figured and I had to go, but I came back. I hunted in Vermont for 42 years before I saw a bear. Nowadays, if I one bear in hounds, I'm seeing bear pretty every day I go. That's because there's more bears. Not because my hound is fast. There are so many bears in the areas that I hunt. People are begging to shoot them. Farmers want them dead. I got one farmer loses about $30,000 a year on hunting because of bears. Okay? When I started hunting with hounds 22 years ago, there was 12 to 1,500 bears supposedly in there. Now there's 5,000 to 7,000. I don't know the exact number. I don't know exactly what. Fish and Wildlife won't. And backed out of the public part of it. There's some hound hunters, bear hunters here, probably don't like to be too late. Because I'm against bear baiting. Not because of the bears, because of the conflict which starts. We hunters. Someone who has the bear site out there, works his butt off, keep food there, keep the bear coming in, so the pain knows the hardest one come fall. Got trail cameras on the bear bait. You got pictures of my dog running a track. 5 miles that way, crossed this road up through here, stopped for a few minutes, the bear was there eating all night. And then continues on to my dog follows. Very most of them were pretty good. This one here was looking at us. I got $10 says that you cannot tell from these pictures whether they're male or female.
gotta wrap it up, Butch.
I'm against shooting a female if she has cubs. You can't tell if she has cubs if a bear is coming into a bait site. Because cubs are usually lagging behind, and you got 3 seconds to shoot. If it's a good sized bear. Like I said, if you're you can't tell all there, you're guessing. Tell me the reason why either one of these bears will be young or female. But I am against bear baiting. I am against killing sows. It does happen. Very hard. I don't see how they can make a law that can find you for shooting a female. Well, you never saw the cubs until 10 minutes after the shot.
Thanks, Butch. Gotta wrap it up.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Andy Shaw,
Thank you. I'm Jamie Shaw. I'm an animal behaviorist, a scientist. I'm taught to be for 5 years. And my approach to this is not ethics or emotions, it's strictly science. And I went on the, Fish and Wildlife website, and the first thing I read is human bear conflicts. A fed bear is a dead bear. And, animals, I said animal, I'm an animal behaviorist. Animals learn, all animals from a goldfish to us, anything in between. There are four primary reinforcers of how animals learn: food, air, water, and shelter. And so if we're feeding bears, we're directly contradicting the science that all of the employees at the Vermont Fish and Wildlife Department have told us. What I've been told, I lived on a farm until the 23 floods. I lost my farm in Hatesville. I always let people hunt on my land. I eat venison, I eat bear meat. But if we don't want human animal conflicts, feeding bears is the simplest way to increase human bear conflicts, because it is the strongest positive reinforcer, which is how behaviors are learned. And, you know, I just was reading this, I was reading about the Bear Ambassador Program, which was put into existence with Vermont Fish and Wildlife, as well as another organization I didn't write it down. And everything I read in the Vermont, there were hundreds of pages, I couldn't read it all, but everything I read talked about how to avoid human bear conflicts. I'm not saying don't hunt, go hunt bears, control them. I had a bear next to my house in Worcester twice this spring, 6 weeks after my feeders were down. Yeah, I love seeing it, but I chased it away because that's what I've been taught to do. I've been told, chase the bears away. Don't encourage them to come near my house. I didn't want to, but that's what I did. And so as a scientist, baiting bears makes absolutely no sense with everything else I read on the Vermont Fish and Wildlife site. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Brian Fitzgerald, that's.
Live in South Duxbury and Bad River Valley, where I live. There's an initiative, the Bad River Valley Bear Initiative, that is over the course of a number of years trying to educate people about how to coexist with bears, because we bears down in the valley. And the key message is don't feed bears, either intentionally or unintentionally. And bear baiting flies in the face of that. And it's just another example of how a program that has succeeded reducing the number of bear conflicts to be jeopardized by having bear baiting. And the only other thing I'll note is that it's the good response before the meeting by the department to opening up a budget to about bear baiting season. And it's a very good reason that I encourage board members to pay close attention to. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, Brian. Aiden Fletcher.
Hi, I'm very good at speaking, so I'll take this way. I'm opposed to the petition. Just want to think about rules for, state land and landowner permission, if there's certain kind of lures. They want to allow specific regulations in New Hampshire, you can't use chocolate and chemical things. It's gonna take a lot of enforcement from our wardens who are already very busy and don't have time to deal with conflicts that we already have. It opens the door for people to guide hunters. There's already been a handful of people from out of state I've heard and I've talked to that if it goes through, they're planning on making friends with big tracts of land and planning on setting a bunch of bait sites and guiding hunts. Territory disputes over bait sites like Maine and New Hampshire have. It's, you can ask anybody from over there, it's not good sometimes. The potential for land to be leased out which cuts access to other hunters. I've also heard talk about that, from other people that are friends with big farmers. Vermont doesn't have large tracts of land, some of these other states do. Maine, New Hampshire, you can run south of New York, you can't kill, they've got a lot larger tracts of land. We all hunt in small wooded areas. And you can't spread bait sites out, you're gonna have people butted up next to each other, it's just gonna cause issues in my opinion. Feeding bears, pastries, cookies, candy, and other foods, they get used to. They might just go to the next dumpster they find, then look around for that, because they're used to human food. My dad called me on the way here, and he was looking at a 300-pound bear that was sitting in the neighbor's lawn, pretty much, because he'd been in bird feeders, took him down a month ago. But he was used to the food source, and he's been sticking around almost every day. Bears hit bait sites a lot at night, so you end up feeding way more bears than just the ones that get harvested. Way more bears. Conflict with babysitters and houndsmen like myself. The dogs fall on bear tracks, visit bait sites before daylight, not knowing there's bait site in the area. I could let the dogs down and push that. Not knowing there's a bait site half a mile down the road, they run through it, or a couple bait sites. And I'm divided by it. Potential for disease like mange. And bears aren't the only ones that eat off the raccoons. Over by me, Franklin County, and then out towards Lowell, I know there's a lot of issue with rabies, raccoons, and other things. And New Hampshire started their rabies season just a couple years ago, and they only have about 40 extra bears per year. Their harvest rate. Thank you.
Good evening. Justin Bodett.
My name is Justin Moret. I am Vice President of the Vermont Bear Council Association. With this meeting, I spoke with a bunch of members of their board and association. We have a couple concerns with the bear baiting season. Some of the bears associated humans with food, causing more bear conflict. Baiting can also cause hunter conflict. Baiting bringing started bodies to the state, causing more access issues to general public funding. We are being used to turn profit. Baiting might cause the spread of diseases like mange and rabies. Baiting negatively affect many other animals, from them becoming dependent on non-natural food. These things being said, the general consensus, Vermont Bear Council Association, do not support the resolution of bear baiting system at this time. The current discussion of these concerns.
Thank you, Justin. Maureen Dyer.
I'm Maureen Dyer from Berry's Mountain. So we've all talked about baiting for quite a while. Baiting bears goes against the hunter reading of principle of fair chase and ethical food. A fed bear by any means with human food is a dead bear. But I want to talk about shooting sows with cubs. Do you think you're all good enough hunters to be able to distinguish between a boar and a sow? Because sows will often stash their cubs when they look for food for themselves. Or as Butch said, they lag behind. So a bear may come there that you don't know if they're a boar or a sow. You certainly don't want to kill a sow with cubs, even if her cubs are not present, right? Do all hunters know the difference to the boar? I bet Jack, who is the bear biologist, could help with that because no one wants to orphan baby bears, right? Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Maureen. Nancy Fitzpatrick.
Nancy Fitzpatrick, I live in Barrytown. It's the responsibility of this board to act in the best interests of Vermont's wildlife and all of its people. But the board's decisions lean heavily towards hunters, trappers, hounders, and anglers, with little or no consideration given to those who prefer to observe, photograph, or just trust that the state's wildlife is being given the respect and humane treatment all animals deserve. Bear baiting goes against science and common sense, with the only goal being the opportunity to kill more bears with little or no skill or effort. I do support the department's recommendation on banning the shooting of sows with cubs. I do not support the recommendation to extend the bear season. Thank you.
Your name, please. Chris Pritchard.
Chris Pritchard, I live in Pollock, lifelong Vermonter, hunter safety instructor for 35 years and presently serve in the legislature as a legislator representing by County Rutherford County. Guess I'd like to just offer two perspectives, one a personal perspective and one a legislative perspective. As far as the debating goes, personally, I just don't want to see it. I think there's clearly a population increase. They partly recognize that. I think it needs to be managed. But I think it could be managed in other ways. Before this is considered, I think that like from a legislative perspective, I'll say this. I am in full support of this department. Missions. They have a tough job that they get very little appreciation. They get from both sides. They're responsible for the wildlife for everybody in the state. Whether you're not a bear hunter or whether they've done a pretty darn exceptional job of managing all of this, as far as I'm concerned. Game species, non-game species, all of them. They have a pretty heavy task. And these are the professionals that we trust to do this. So I trust their judgment. Trust how they want to approach this. I think we all should. We all should trust them. Because that's what we've trusted them to do for decades. And they've done a pretty good job. My concern from the legislative standpoint is this. This is going to set something up with this department building. They need to focus on the jobs that they do, whether it's flora, fauna, fur bearers, and this is going to create a distraction. And create a legislative distraction. And I worry about that.
To wrap it up, Fred.
So that's all I'll say. They need advocates. They need advocates. People to work with.
Thank you, Fred. Diane Reynolds.
I'm Diane Reynolds, I'm from Huntington. And I came with a whole bunch of statistics that everybody else has already read off, so I'm gonna try to speak from my heart. I'm on the Conservation Commission, and for the past 4 years, we have tried our very, very best to educate our community about putting out artificial foods that attract bears and how to try to not do that. So there are as many human bear contests in our town. We had Jacqueline come and do a presentation, which is wonderful. Jacqueline is brilliant and engaging and great to listen to. If you go out and start having bait piles, which are artificial foods, we're feeding bears, our message to our communities, and our message by our Fish and Wildlife organization is don't feed the bears. Clean your barbecues, get them out of the way later, bird feeders and trash cans. So anyway, that's been our message. And the second thing is, and this is again just from the heart, when you just think about the bears trying to survive and think about the stresses that they're under already. They've got hounding, they've got hunting, they've got beach leaf disease, they've got beach bark disease. I read a study that the sometime possibly in 10 years, there will be no more beach. They're under enormous pressures as it is. And the population control will probably come pretty naturally if you're losing food sources. So anyway, they're under stress and I'm opposed baiting. Opposed killing moms and their young clubs. And I think the starting code is just not to be American. And
Thank you, Diane. Eric Messier.
Eric Messier, I'm the president of the Vermont Bear Hand Association. And I oppose to baiting a bear. We don't have a land mass to do it like me. You're gonna have hunter conflict. The killing of sows and knowing with cubs. Oppose that. Shouldn't be shooting sows if we know they have cubs. Some sows need to be harvested. To maintain the right population there. Those ones without subs, dry sows. I think that should be the thing you do take. Also, the shortening of training season by 2 months. I oppose that. We use hounds to help with nuisance bear. The Fish and Wildlife come to us, to have us use our hounds to push the bear back, to get them, deter them from coming to that spot all the time. So it's a good management tool to help with that in a non-lethal way. That's it.
Thank you, Eric. Andy Fallon. Here.
Good afternoon, everyone. 2 minutes is not long, so I want to make sure that the board members have two things. I'm happy to have gone last because there is so much complexity in one issue, not the other, that it's not something that you bum rush to a vote and get it over with and cause problems for the Fish and Wildlife Board and department later. I submitted to all of you through Abigail Connolly a 2-page memo that summarizes the points from my bear petition to outlaw the deliberate killing of sow bears in 2023. In fact, with regard to that petition, there seemed to be universal agreement, but the board wanted to try education first. I pointed out that your education is contradicted by your law. The education, which I law, it's great. Don't kill mother bears. Here's how you identify them. Here's how you know them. Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. But you know what the law says? You can kill that bear. So what is a hunter who wants to be ethical and defines his or her ethics by the law to do? They told me not to do it, but they said it's legal, so bad. The sow's dead. When your own department comes back to you and tells you, you tried 3 years of education, it didn't work, you should pass that law now, do it. And you know what? 80% of the states in the country that have bear hunting, 9 of 11 provinces in Canada that have black bears and black hunting outlaw the deliberate killing of mother bears. That's an easy one. That's low hanging fruit. That's easy. And Rocky, I'm not a representative of any organization. I'm just a guy. I got involved in this when a mother bear was killed on camera right near my house, and my neighbor found the dead cub starved 2 weeks later on my land. I'm just a guy. And if you lose me, you lose the reasonable person, not a hunter special interest group or a wildlife special interest group. Same thing with bear baiting. I believe in hunting. I know it's needed. I recognize that. Most Vermonters do. Or you'll have too many deer or too many bear. You'll have that. We know that. But we want ethical. That's what I want, ethical hunting. I want ethical hunters to stand up and say, no bear baiting, no killing monster cubs. These are easy. Now, on the bear baiting, I knew nothing about it when I heard of this petition a month ago. I researched it. 80% of the states in the country also outlaw baiting. And Virginia, very similar to Vermont, huge hunter population, lots of hunting.
Wrap it up.
They did a study. It's 21 pages, 160 citations by wardens, biologists, and others. And they just recommended against changing their law, century of law, just like us, to allow bear baiting. And you know what? I distilled that into 3 pages for you. I sent it to you. You should have my memo dated May 15th and May 18th, and I will leave extra copies, enough for everybody, up here on the table because it distills all of the points from the mother bear petition and all of the main points for Virginia. But don't believe me. Look at what I summarized. Then look at their darn report. I provided the link. You can see.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in house that would like to speak? Last call. All right, we'll go to people online. If they wish to speak, you can raise your hand. Linda's first. Linda, can you hear us?
Linda Hubner, is that who you're calling on?
Right. Can you state your name and town?
Yes, sorry, I thought I was third, so I wasn't quite ready. Linda Hubner, Halifax, Vermont. I am just wanting to add my voice to the opposition of hunting bears with bait, especially because of the conflict issues with respect to inadvertent baiting. We certainly shouldn't be purposefully baiting bears in. In addition to that, I work for a land trust and I have found bait sites in the woods that are really old and moldy and disgusting. And I just think that that over time that contributes to additional problems. I also oppose hunting more bears and extending the season. On the flip side, I support shortening the hound training season and prohibiting killing mother bears, especially with cubs in sight. I'm really grateful to hear a lot of bear hunters making that, or supporting the prohibition of killing mother bears as well, because it feels like something that just fits with ethics of hunting and fair chase. Whereas baiting bears in does not, and certainly leaving cubs orphaned. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Linda. Bob Galvin.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, great. Hello, everybody. My name is Bob Galvin. I live in Bolton. I first want to say thank you to everybody who showed up tonight in person and online. It is incredibly heartwarming to see so many people who care about Vermont's wildlife coming together and sharing their perspective. So this is a great night for me, and I appreciate everybody coming out. Want to also give my thanks to Representative Chris Pritchard. It is immensely valuable and important to have legislative participation and attendance at these meetings. So just want to really express my appreciation to Representative Pritchard on that front. I am here to oppose bear baiting and support the department's recommendation not to do so. I've said before, and I will say it again, if the state of Vermont is going to be following the North American model of wildlife conservation, one of the main tenets of that model is that scientific management is the appropriate way to manage wildlife. We have not seen sufficient science today or presented by the petitioners that would offset the extreme negative impacts of bear baiting in Vermont. And I also would like to support the recommendation to outlaw the killing of mother bears with cubs. So thank you all for being here. Thanks for having this conversation. Have a great rest of your night.
Thank you, Bob. Oh, sorry. Barbara Flay.
Thank you. Barbara Felitti, I live in Huntington, and I oppose all of the elements of the black bear petitions. I support the department's position on baiting and prohibiting the intentional killing of sows and cubs. On baiting, I've also done a lot of research, and I did find that one main study that was cited earlier about baiting, but I also found many, many more studies identifying serious issues with bear baiting as a wildlife management practice. The broad consensus is that baiting is poor public policy, and the fact that New Hampshire and Maine allow baiting is, in my opinion, no reason to allow it in Vermont. The National Park Service tells us bear baiting poses risks to public safety. This is the real result of food conditioning bears. In parts of the White Mountain National Forest, right over in New Hampshire, there are now mandatory requirements for overnight hikers to carry bear-proof canisters to keep campsites secure. That's what baiting can do for campers in the Green Mountains. The idea of limiting baiting to private land won't work. Bears do not know where private property lines are. Once they are food conditioned, they will seek out human food sources wherever they can find it. They won't know whether an artificial food source is bait or somebody's trash can or barbecue grill. Baiting will increase, not decrease, human bear conflicts. Baiting will also disrupt the department's own bear research efforts. They are assessing access to different types of food as one of the study parameters, which is all the more important now with beech tree disease, has been mentioned. So introducing baiting midway in the study will distort the study's findings to the detriment of better understanding Vermont's bear population. As for the second bear tag, I also do not support that. Rather than using a second bear tag in an attempt to reduce the bear population and conflicts, I think stronger public education programs are needed to reduce attractants and minimize human bear conflicts and encourage responsible community practices. I wish that we would consider pilot programs working with residents and waste collectors in communities that are most affected by bear conflicts and try those first. And last, I mean, as for killing a mother bear with cubs, I will just say that that in my mind is absolutely indefensible and poor stewardship. So I do hope that that will also be taken up to be made a requirement. So thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it, and I do appreciate your work.
Thank you, Barbara. I have a glare, but I think it's Alina's. Alyssa?
Oh, thank you so much. Elisa Burnett, Stowe, Vermont, and I just want to give a big shout out to Warden Ethan Coffey. He was very, very helpful when we had an issue in Stowe last fall. But before I do that, I just want to say I'm probably one of those rare people that are both pro-wildlife and pro-hunting. I grew up in Virginia in a family of hunters and trappers. Still in a family of hunters. We eat venison regularly and love it. So I'm kind of one of those people, I do think I can see both sides, and I think we've heard from a lot of good people tonight, and I really appreciate it. In Stowe last fall, we had a mother bear, pretty much right on the top-notch resort and spa facility that was shot and killed. The person who had shot and killed her, she was being lured by basically an open dumpster, a lot of construction, throwing a ton of food in it. She and her 3 cubs were constantly in the area. The person who shot her in a well-walked dog path near the resort. And they knew that she had been going back and forth with 3 cubs because they had been privy to that because they were working on the construction site. So at that time, that is how I got personally involved. And Warden Coffey, as I said, was wonderful. I think he's had a very professional and balanced attitude, understanding the needs of hunters and understanding those of us who do not want mother bears killed. So I'm asking you to please prohibit the killing of mother bears. And I just want to say one last thing. I don't think that we need these laws for the hunters in Vermont who love the land and love the wildlife, but there are people who take advantage of Vermont's land, its traditions, its wildlife. As we know, harvesting organs of bears, inhumane killing of bears takes place all the time. So I think that we need strong laws And I just ask you to please vote for laws to protect both the wildlife and the hunters. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alyssa. Jennifer Lovett. Jennifer Lovett, are you with us?
Muted.
Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can somebody tell me they can hear me?
Yes, we can
Okay.
hear you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jennifer Lovett. I'm a conservation biologist from Starksboro, and I urge you to deny the petition to allow bear baiting and the killing of mother bears. Both practices are harmful to bear populations and ecosystems. Baiting undermines the goals of fair chase and ethical wildlife management. It does not control populations and increases the likelihood of conflicts with humans. Research shows that baiting can disrupt natural feeding behavior, increase stress, and lead to greater conflict between bears and humans. It not only habituates bears to seek predictable, high-calorie food sources, but it also discourages natural foraging. Cubs conditioned to bait sites are more likely to engage in human-bear conflicts. Sows, well-fed on high-calorie human junk food, are more fertile and produce more cubs than those relying on foraging. Consequently, baiting increases bear numbers rather than limiting them. Bait piles concentrate wildlife in small areas, attracting mammals, rodents, and birds in addition to bears. This increases the spread of diseases like sarcoptic mange, rabies, and parasites, as well as encouraging aggressive and dangerous territorial behavior. The proposal to allow the killing of mother bears is especially troubling. Cubs depend on their mothers for survival, learning how to forage, avoid danger, and coexist in the wild. Killing a mother bear condemns her cubs to starvation or predation. 80% of US states and Canadian provinces prohibit killing bears with cubs. Vermont should belong to this group. I believe that most Vermonters would want to protect vulnerable cubs from certain death. These practices all conflict with the principles of modern wildlife management. The North American model of wildlife conservation emphasizes ethical hunting, science-based decision-making, and responsible stewardship of wildlife populations under the public trust. Allowing baiting and the killing of mother bears moves Vermont directly away from those principles. I ask the Fish and Wildlife Board to uphold its responsibility to protect Vermont's wildlife and reject this petition. Please do not permit baiting or the killing of mother bears. Thank you.
Jennifer. Next is Devin Brennan.
Good evening. My name is Devin Brennan. I live in South Royalton. I have a Juris Doctor with a concentration in animal law and a Master of Animal Protection Policy. I am commenting today to encourage the Fish and Wildlife Board to deny the request to regulatorily permit bear baiting because the proposed regulation seemingly conflicts with statute. A reasonable construction of the statutory section governing the feeding of bear, 10 VSA section 4827A, precludes a regulation allowing for bear baiting like that requested. Subdivision A of 10 VSA section 4827A broadly prohibits knowingly feeding bear with intent to lure bear, with 3 exceptions. The one and only exception that might allow for bear baiting as part of a program to reduce wildlife population seemingly requires the commissioner to issue a license or permit for that instance of baiting. In other words, the structure and grammar of 10 VSA section 4827A seemingly disallows for a regulation broadly permitting bear baiting. Because administrative entities cannot promulgate regulations contrary to statute, and because the petition requests the board to promulgate a rule seemingly contrary to 10 VSA section 4827A, I request that the Fish and Wildlife Board deny the request to allow for bear baiting. Thank you.
Thank you, Devin. Gabriella Miller.
Hi, everyone. My name is Gabriella Miller. I live in White River Junction, Vermont. And I just want to speak really quickly in opposition to bear baiting. As others have said, there are numerous reasons why we should oppose bear baiting. One is that it has been proven to spread diseases like mange, which has recently been detected in Vermont bears. It provides bears with a reliable artificial food source, which increases reproductive success and ultimately puts more bears on the landscape. It also habituates bears to human food sources, which then creates human-wildlife conflicts by drawing in other animals like raccoons and coyotes, foxes, other animals like that. It contradicts directives against feeding bears, and finally, it invites dangerous territorial conflicts among black bears when they're attracted to the same bait pile. Thank you.
Yeah, Gabriella. And Mike, you're up last.
Hey there, Mike from Bethel, Vermont. I'm here to say that I oppose the allowance of bear baiting. I oppose extending the bear season and support prohibiting the intentional killing of female black bears with cubs. And that goes for, everything that's been brought up on this call already tonight, both scientific and ethical. I am a Vermont landowner, and I understand there's going to be some amount of hunting that happens, but the extension of what I believe to be unethical hunting practices makes it hard for me to kind of leave my land unposted for those ethical hunters that are out there. So with that, I do ask that the board rejects the allowance of bear baiting, rejects the increase of bear tags, and prohibits the intentional killing of female black bears with cubs. Thank you.
Mike, sorry, I said Mike was last. I was way wrong. Marilyn, you're up next.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Let me try to go to it. Okay, here I am. I just was driving in my car. Thank you for the opportunity to voice my opinion. I won't belabor the obvious majority opinion that has been voiced here. I'm a landowner. I'm not opposed to ethical hunting. I've unfortunately encountered more of the unethical variety in my experiences. I'm definitely opposed to bear baiting for the scientific reasons put forth. Also, just from an ethical, moral sense of fairness, if this is supposed to be hunting, bear baiting is like going to your local fish hatchery and dropping a line. We don't do that. Make it a sport, make it the hunt, make it an effort that people put in. I understand sometimes certain populations need control. I think that's something that should be managed by science and Fish and Wildlife. I am definitely opposed to allowing the killing of sows. We had a sad experience with that several years back in our local area. We worked with Fish and Wildlife to try to save the babies that were orphaned from their mother getting shot. We were unsuccessful because it's not easy to capture them. We worked with Fish and Wildlife with them coming out and setting traps. So I've had experience with this. So thank you for allowing us to voice our opinion. And I endorse all the eloquent things that have been said in opposition. So in opposition to baiting and in opposition to allowing the killing of sows. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marilyn. Next is Jane Fitzwilliams.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jane Fitzwilliam. I'm also a landowner in near Putney, Vermont. And I want to say to the board, thank you in advance for supporting mother bears. Anyway, bears are under threat from human activities, including habitat loss and defragmentation, poaching, roadkills, garbage and food left out to tempt them close to us. So I have 3 points, and I think they've been made many times already. So I'll try to be quick. As bears are already stressed from these human-caused conditions, why make it worse by luring them in with artificial means of sugar, donuts, candies, and the like? Baiting spreads diseases like mange, not only among bears, but trans species as well. Baiting causes bears to understand that humans are a great food resource, elevating the chance for bear-human conflict from food in a tent to the bird feeders the department tells us to take down every spring. Honestly, baiting bears is it's a really lazy way to hunt. It's really not sportsmanship at all, but it's certainly not hunting. Let's see, the season extension. Hunters already have 3 full months. What's the logic of stressing the bears out another week? Between hound training, the hunting seasons, including hound hunting, that is plenty. When can people actually walk in the woods, or are they strictly for the minority of hunters, trappers, and hounders? It would be wonderful if the board agreed to limit the seasons and not support baiting. Which brings me to the idea of killing 2 bears per season. Black bears are under attack for many environmental and human causes already. In nature, when left alone, populations in an ecosystem tend to level off to the carrying capacity of that ecosystem. Give them a chance. Please give the bears a chance to recover from the long spring to fall hunting seasons so they can raise their young, forage, and just be bears. Finally, the majority of Vermonters just want a peaceable kingdom to enjoy the woods, hike and occasionally see a black bear alive and in the wild. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Jane. And Catherine.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to provide my opinion on baiting bears. I'm a resident of Lamoille County. The 2020 and 2020, the 2020-2030 Vermont Fish and Wildlife Big Game Management Plan states that season length adjustments are effective method for maintaining the bear population, thus continues to be used as a primary management method in the future over hunting strategies employed elsewhere, such as the use of bait. There's abundant evidence that bear baiting alters a bear's natural behavior and movement pattern, that an unnatural availability of calorie-dense food can alter denning chronology and result in better reproduction rates. It can create significantly larger bears that far exceed natural size and weight. And also it presents the opportunity to encourage illegal activities. Avoiding food conditioned bears is central to Vermont's education message of bear management and coexistence. Bear baiting is equivalent to feeding bears and can create food conditioned bears. Bear baiting gives hunting and wildlife management a bad name. Bear baiting is viewed as unethical and violates the principle of fair chase. Essentially, the hunter is reduced to a shooter. There are many studies that provide ample evidence that bear baiting should not be considered a scientifically based wildlife management tool. I asked the Fish and Wildlife Board to deny this petition and support programs based on sound scientific evidence. I do not support bear baiting in Vermont. I support keeping bears wild. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. That's it for people online. We're gonna move on now. We'll do department introductions. Turn that over to the Commissioner.
Sure. Thank you all for your respectful dialogue. These are from the Colonel. These are the Title 10s for the current year. I'll introduce the Chief Operations first, and you can pass it along down with your short sleeve. I'm Jason Dottover, Commissioner.
I'm Andrea Shortsley, I'm Chief of Operations. The Colonel.
Deputy Stedman, Director of the Warning Service.
I yell comment.
Before I go, I'm gonna go over to Jackie Flo and Paul, correctly, introduce yourself, please.
Nicole Dickens, wildlife specialist. Jackie Mo, black bear biologist.
I'm John Austin, I'm the director of wildlife business.
David Salzville, program manager for wildlife management.
Chris Saunders, flavor.
And Smith,
Sophomores, public information officer.
Mike Scott, Northeast, District Board.
I don't know. Jeff Whipple, I'm gonna start it for Central Vermont.
I think that's it. We're part of that. Well, we do have Megan Dooney online. Megan, you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hey, Megan Dooney with the Information Program for Fish and Wildlife.
I also see Nick Ford. You'll meet him in a second. I can't tell if Tyler is our Tyler or not. I'll say not. But I think that's it. And Nick, go ahead if you want to. I didn't mean to shortchange you there.
Yeah, Nick Fortin, Deer Moose Project Leader.
Thanks, Nick. That should be really good. All right, next up is the 2026 Antlers Deer Permit and Youth Season final vote. I'll turn that over to the commissioner. Yeah, so this one, you've heard a couple times before. I'll turn it over to John Austin, the wildlife director, to carry through.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Forgive me, I don't normally like to talk to people's backs, but I've got quite the gauntlet to get through and get out. So give it a go here. And also, Board Chair Nelson, Board Member Nelson Giacomo, Mr. Lyons, compliance. Anyway, I'll make it brief. So, as you know, every year we go through a process where we solicit public input and we do our analysis of the deer herd to come up with our annual recommendations for the number of antlerless deer permits that we think are appropriate to issue. Mindful this year that we've got a whole new set of deer harvest regulations that we've spent the last 2 or 3 years working with the board, working with many members of the public to pull together. It's going to be a bit of a different landscape when it comes to deer hunting this year, including in the fact that we're going to allow the harvest of antlerless deer during the regular deer rifle season, so you'll be able to use the permits at that time. I'm going to turn it over to Nick Fortin and David Sawsville in just a second, but just to say our recommendations, we're recommending a substantially lower number of antlerless permits this year because of the change in the deer hunting regulations. We want to take a cautious approach as we get a better understanding and we learn what this new system is going to look like when it comes to participation in deer harvest. Also to note, and Nick and David can get into this, but we did our annual public deer and moose meetings. And I wish they were all as well attended as this meeting is tonight. Nevertheless, always grateful for anybody who is willing and interested to show up and express their views and opinions on our recommendations. Most of the input that we received during those public meetings was either relatively neutral or in support of one recommendation. I'm grateful for that, although we're always receiving criticisms and alternative ideas. That's just fine too. We're not hearing an overwhelming expression of concern about what we were recommending and what the upcoming seasons will look like. So I'll leave it with that, and I think I'll turn it over to you and Dave, you can phone some of the gap.
Yeah, John, thanks. I'm going to keep it real brief. I don't have anything really to add. John touched on, we had relatively light attendance at the public hearings earlier this month. You all have hopefully had a chance to review the summarized comments from those and the email comments. And like John mentioned, they were most of the concern related to the slew of new hunting regulations taking effect this fall, but most we're happy to see our conservative approach with permit numbers. So we haven't changed anything. The recommendation before you is the same one we discussed in April. you know, I think, like John said, we're taking a really conservative approach given the new regulations, and the few comments we did get generally were supportive of that.
All right. So. Dave. Oh, Dave, no.
Make a motion that we move forward on that youth and youth events.
Second amendment.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to the final vote on the annual lift year permits and youth season. Any discussion, further discussion on that comment? Hearing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. Final vote has been taken for 2026 year permits and youth season. Next up is a tagging rule, potential vote. Can we have a look at the answer?
Sure, this one is a housekeeping rule. I'm gonna turn over to general counsel to explain for us. And then we'll walk through it.
Hi there. I'm gonna stay here for now. Save the time. You all have looked at this rule recently and we voted on it earlier this year. But Bob noted a concern in the language in subparagraph C here. So it was substantive to the point that it was relevant to come back to the board to have you vote again. The highlighted language is what has changed from the last vote on this. And just for context, I know probably you're brand new to this. You probably haven't dived into this well, but this is section 2A relates to requirements around tagging big game that's been taken. The language that was voted on previously, you'll see the strike through. In subparagraph B, we're talking about requirements for tagging requirements for transporting parts of big game. It was previously written that has been processed for consumption. This subparagraph is actually referring to game that's being moved prior to processing for consumption. So that was an error on my end. And it's really referring to the movement of big game that's been taken and was field dressed or cut into parts before it's actually been processed into. So where it previously read that has been processed for consumption, we're now proposing the language reads prior to being processed for consumption. The only other change that is highlighted here is removal of that language at the end of subparagraph D, talking about marking packages with the name of the person who took the animal, tag number, date. This is referring to the movement of big game taken in another state. If there are any questions, we can walk through this in more detail. Again, this rule has been, we all have looked at this, but we did need to make these changes before we started the formal rulemaking process, just to add this clarity here.
On D, it said the person may transport and possess big game legally taken in another state. We can't do that, right? We can't bring game in from New York that's not processed. Correct.
If that needs to be clarified in here, the implication is that it's processed.
And then, so
I read it like 4 times. I don't see that,
The
but
CWD rule would certainly supersede that. So if you were in Maine and shot a deer legally, you are entitled to bring it back to Vermont. The issue would be, as you pointed out, right, in New York or the other CWD states, that rule would prohibit you from doing that. So this is addressing the states that aren't necessarily covered by under the CWD.
yeah, just making sure it's covered here.
we put that exception in that, in D.
It exists in its own rule, so I think it's up to you. You certainly could, but it would be, basically, there is a whole list of states that say you cannot bring a whole deer back from it. So
It's up to how you would want to address that. I think it's appendix 17, if you wanted to look at it in the yellow books, it's happening, but, it basically just says you can't bring a deer back whole unless, it's that Ebo laws or stuff from any state. It's supposed to be. It's up to you, Bill. I don't know that it matters. I don't know if you have anything.
I don't have an opinion. Yeah, the importation will specifies when and how animals can be brought back from areas that are endemic for sales. This as a standalone conforms with that, and we haven't had a cross reference to that other ones in here.
Sounds like they got it covered. Does this require just one vote?
What you're voting on here is to advance these changes to the formal rulemaking process. So then they'd be filed with Secretary of State, along with, there were revisions that you voted on, the big game reporting rule, leash tracking dogs, and the bow and arrow standards. Those would all be filed. We go through the formal process, formal rulemaking process. Once that's happened, they'll come back to you all for a second vote, where they're finalized. So tonight, yes, we've done both. We advance these changes.
Any further discussion on this comment? Have a motion to advance it?
Yeah.
Right, so we have a motion on the floor. Take a vote. Further discussion? All in favor of advancing the big game tagging rule as it as presented, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. Guys have it. We'll move this. Move this along. I'm sorry, I can speak up with you. There's, so you can watch and make it legal. Yeah, that's, I'll be on to the break. Yeah, I think, yeah. Take our dinner break. 6:39. I'm trying to keep it about 20 minutes or so, maybe. Keep it good and short, right?
Interest and attention of all board members and before diving into that petition. So we in effect have three petitions. We're going to take two from the Vermont Bowhunters Association and one from Mr. Kevin Lawrence and Mr. Bert Soldy, who dealing with proposed changes to the deer hunting regulations, and then the petition posing a youth novice season during the archery season for deer. Before diving into that, the archery season youth weekend proposal, just want to express my appreciation for everybody who just showed up tonight. And there's a wide range of views and opinions about some of the topics that we're discussing, and that's just fine. From where I sit, I've been doing this work a long time, and these days you're hard pressed to get a turnout like this to talk about important wildlife conservation and management issues. So I am sincerely grateful that everybody is willing to show up and take the time and express their views and opinions, regardless of where you fall on the spectrum of consumptive use. And well, I'll save the rest for when I get into the bear hunting petitions. And then after the petitions, the department has our own rule change recommendations that we would like to share with the board. So we'll get into that shortly. So regarding the petition from the Vermont Bowhunters Association, proposing to establish a youth and novice weekend for archery hunting. I greatly appreciate the idea. It's creative thinking, and we are all about finding opportunities to encourage new and young hunters to come into the hunting community. So the proposal is with merit. From where the department sits, the timing is not great. We've just spent the last 3 years dealing with a major overhaul to the deer hunting regulations. We tend to do that on about an every 4 to 5 year schedule. And we have so many new substantive changes for the deer hunting regulations for this year. We're recommending to the board that, at least for now, we not move forward with another substantive change to the deer seasons and the deer regulations. Needless to say, it's for the board to decide how you would like to handle the petition. And if you would like to move forward with it, needless to say, we'll put something together for you and we will move forward. But at this stage of the game, we're recommending not doing that at this time. David, would you like to add anything?
I can just get kind of short, abbreviated the responses in case you didn't have a chance to look at them. But some of the reasons, as John said, we do the reevaluation of seasons on average every 5 years. We'd like to have at least 3 years worth of data that comes in, mix on from year to year, what's going there. Currently, we have 76 days to the archery season. If you want to include the extended portion of September, it's up to 92 days. Many of those days in October, it's very warm. Daylight's late in the year, and there's many weekends available to mentor youth when you're doing that. And there is no real, it's not like the firearm season. We have a lot of pressure in the woods. Archery is much more subtle and quiet type hunting, so they don't feel there's a lot of pressure there. And some of the numbers that Nick worked up is the harvest with youngsters 15 and under is right around 3.9% within the archery, which is about the same as the deer taken during their firearm seasons of 4.5%. So it seems to be pretty good participation with youth. We didn't see where it really be advantageous to expose more youth to at least experiencing archery and shooting what they would want to do in the future.
Nick, do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, I think David touched on all the things I might have said. So nothing more from me.
All right, so we'll open this up for board discussion. And again, the deer rules may not be opened up for 5 years. Again, and this board will look totally different, except maybe for Heather, which none of us will be here then. So this is all on Heather. Wants to make a decision on this, doesn't seem like a good way to address it. I don't, this could, and maybe could be brought up again when the deer rules are opened up. And it can be addressed adequately at that point. So I do agree with what the department recommended, not to advance this. It would just sit there possibly for 5 years. And again, at that point, the board is going to be totally different. So that's my thought.
I'd like clarification on a little paragraph. So I actually would be in favor of this if the youth weekend was statewide except for those special zones.
You mean the early season archery zones?
Yeah. And I'm not sure that's brought out in the petition.
It wasn't brought out in the petition. I mean,
Yeah.
were we asked to move forward with a rule change,
Right.
we could make that clear in the rule.
Right. And I don't see why we couldn't move forward with this because it's such a minor change, and I think it would help mentor youth hunters. Help to mentor youth hunters. It would go in effect next year. It can't take effect this year, no. It'll have to be in effect next year.
Well, we have to reopen the year.
Correct.
And to get this started, and then we just closed the bureau tonight.
So Anna, if the board had a desire to move forward with this as a concept, presumably tonight, their decision would be to ask the department to come back with a rule amendment that would explain or identify how we would allow this youth weekend. Is that right?
Right, yep, it would be, we would come back with language, similar to like for novices and that would just be specific to the petition and market novice.
So if that were the case, just in terms of timing, we could come back if this is the board's desire, come back at the next board meeting with proposed rule language changes that would allow for this. And then assuming the board voted to approve that, then after that, we would start the rulemaking process. So it would take a while so it would be unlikely to go into effect in 2027.
Right. Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, we used to only have 16 days of hunting for archery. Now we have 12 weeks. It's just a lot of time for the kids to run. I don't think anyone's against youth hunting. None of us are. But there's a lot of time still to hunt. Used to have 16 days. That was 3 weekends, which there was pressure back then. There's no pressure now for sure. We don't have the state people.
And my concern with the youth trying to shoot a bow, what that definition is. As we may fire a crossbow as long and simple. Shooting a compound bow is not the same as on the trigger on the rifle. So there's 8 and 10-year-old kids that can shoot a bow a lot better than me. They don't behind it. Just wondering if there should be a little more thought around what's being used and the instructions what's around.
So as proposed, as written, there'd be any young person that had a hunting license to qualify up to 18.
Well, I assume we would duplicate the youth season problem looking today, the youth season as it exists today for youth year weekend, youth and year novice weekend. So it would be, youth who has passed hunter ed, has their certification, has their hunting license, and is younger than, what's the age cut? 15.
No.
If we're moving the youth season to November, that's still during archery season, so I'm correct that during the youth season in November, so you chooses to do archery, they can still, it's archery season. It's actually gonna be a great time. You will do both, because you'll actually have a better chance of seeing more action. I think I prefer archery with a gun personally, it's compound, but I think we've had that new season, and I know kids in the past would have chosen to use the bow versus the guns. I think right now, I don't see the urgency, plus we're just moving a new season, we just made that move, and so I think see the need for this right now.
So I'm persuaded by the numbers a little bit, and I'm not convinced that this is gonna increase either participation or opportunity right now. And the amount of work involved in passing the deer rules, changing the deer rules, it's been tremendous, and to open it back up again in light of the numbers isn't convincing.
Okay.
Song testing numbers for this sort of hunters.
Since we liberalized crossbow use in 2020, our youth participation ages 12 to 17 has increased 53%. So that has been extremely effective in allow anybody to participate in this area.
So that's kind of the answer right there, isn't it? We're already giving them a lot more opportunity to participate during the season.
And as an instructor, we're seeing a lot more young kids, after 7, 8 years old, 9 years old, whether you're using crossbow or a compound, and I'm gonna say most of them have crossbow at that age. They're setting up for that. So they do have a lot of opportunities.
Yeah, and I think the recently expanded archery zone from September is a good opportunity for youth also to start earlier.
Yeah, was there a point made earlier, John, or Dave, around finding a weekend for this that would also conflict with an opportunity we provide?
Well, as it's proposed currently, it would be the last weekend of September, which overlaps with that same weekend as youth waterfowl hunting.
It's a mild concern, but a concern for the department trying to get folks into many different disciplines. I don't think over step anything that probably is saying, so remember this point. Is there any follow-up, Chris, to see the hunters that are 18 that are still buying licenses too? Do you have any numbers for that, like?
Not that I can quickly get, but it's liberalizing crossbow use, and it's a little hard to tell, because at the same time, they also are increasing the season length. So, and it was the pandemic, so we have a lot of things going on. But we have had sustained much higher archery participation since 2020. The average age of archers has decreased a little bit. So we've got that. We have more females participating. I can certainly get back to, because I know I have it. I just
Just to see if they're still following that, if they're still on, they might buy a license and not, but just to see. I think everyone has seen where some of their kids have stopped hunting. Some are staying with it, just to see that too.
We do know the churn rate, which is the percentage of people who buy a license 1 year, but don't the following year has increased quite a bit.
Yeah.
So again, it could be late the season. I think, I don't need to say it's possible.
Yeah.
There are certainly factors that are, increased participation and it's stabilized it.
This would, we advance this, we'd have to have 3 public hearings to finalize the vote.
Well, so if you decide to advance this petition, it would, you would open the hearing to the informal rulemaking process to include this language. The requirement around public hearings in the rulemaking process is 1 or more, the general interest to be changed. You would need to have at least 1 public hearing.
Yeah, we need a motion to, I'll make a motion to reject the petition. And to a later date when it might be more feasible and better addressed.
Second.
Motion have to be in the affirmative.
Make a motion to pass to accept this petition and advance it to the Lincoln State.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Just. My statement was that to clarify that it would be for me acceptable if it was statewide, except for the special zones in the early 15th of September. Otherwise, I have to reject the petition. As written.
You can make an amendment. Addition, if you see, to the, monthly. See, if you take this. Or we can take a vote. Any further discussion, amendments.
Yeah.
There's a motion on the floor to accept this petition as written by the petitioner. I'll take a straw vote. All in favor of advancing this petition, say aye. All in favor of not advancing it? All in favor? Oh, okay.
Do not advance it.
Okay, so. All in favor of not advancing. All in favor of opposing the petition. Say no. No.
Yo.
I do no comment.
Think, petition does not pass.
Well, if anybody's against that, different.
Yeah, I agree 100%. It's just the timing, and I think I encourage this to be brought up at another time and then get the address. Properly. Better timing. Okay. And moving on now to Department's recommendation concerning the two black bear regulation petitions that were presented to us the last couple of months, and I'll turn that over to Commissioner.
Yeah, again, I'll have John lead us through this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, Mr. Chair, board members. And before diving into the next set of petitions, just I appreciate the comments from some of the board members and want to reiterate also. I appreciate the Vermont Bowhunters Association creative thinking and thinking about the future of hunting and opportunities for getting young people engaged. So I don't want our recommendation to the board to in any way diminish what you were trying to propose. It's appreciated. So thank you. So we have two other petitions in front of the board. One from the Vermont Bowhunters Association and one from Mr. Solly and Mr. Lawrence. There's a similarity in both of them propose to establish a baiting season during the month of September for bear hunting. And then the proposal from Mr. Lawrence and Mr. Solly also proposes to establish a second bear tag and to extend the bear season into the month of December. I'm going to step back for just a second, if you'll indulge me, just to remind ourselves of some of the historical context that's brought us to this conversation today. So, as you know, the department has been engaged in conversations around bear management, bear conservation, some of the opportunities and challenges that we face in dealing with a growing bear population in the state of Vermont. In fact, despite my youthful appearance, I've been around long enough where I remember when the bear population was 2,500 to 3,500. And it is where it is today because we intentionally managed the population and worked with habitat conditions and habitat conservation to try and achieve this goal. We're in effect victims of our own success. It's gone beyond what we ever imagined. And it's a great thing. Huge opportunity. And at the same time, it has become a growing challenge for a variety of reasons. I mean, bears are just being bears and they're out there on the landscape. And I think everybody in this room tonight wants a similar outcome, which is a healthy population of black bears in Vermont that is as wild as we can maintain them. Which is why we've always encouraged a bear hounding season, and we've always supported the bear hunting community because they have been strong advocates for that philosophy. Healthy population of bears, wild behavior in our bears. That is our goal. And I believe that's a shared goal amongst everybody who's been here tonight and expressed their opinions, regardless of where you fall on the spectrum of all of this. So Harvin's been talking about how are we going to more effectively manage this growing population of black bears for some time now. We've got a set of tools available to us that enables us to deal with that. The reality is the population level is beyond what hunting mortality is capable of controlling and getting to a level that's more in line with the population objectives that the department has set. Those objectives were set, for those of you who have participated in these conversations for a while, with lots of public input from a wide range of stakeholders who care about bears and bear conservation. Frankly, I don't know that we'll be able to achieve those population objectives given how quickly the bear population has grown, unless we end up with some really unfortunate circumstances like some of the commenters have mentioned tonight regarding beech leaf disease and some other potentially looming environmental catastrophes that could drastically change the landscape, not just for bears, but a lot of other wildlife and a lot of ecosystem services. So, I mean, therein lies some of our greatest challenge, is in dealing with the unknowns of all of those changing circumstances on the state's environment. But all that to say, we have to be able to figure out how we're going to more effectively manage the state's bear population. And we need more tools to do that, which is why we've been talking about presenting to you, and we intend to do this shortly, later tonight, some rule changes that begin to incrementally get us in that direction. But as Jackie has explained, and Jackie's here tonight, and she can answer questions and fill in more details. And when we make the transition from talking about the petitions, Jackie's going to give another presentation that sort of reminds all of us about the science and the information that is behind what we're recommending to you and how we're managing bear population. Just to say, with the growing bear population, want to support the hunting community. We know that they care deeply about bears and a healthy bear population. We want to support those people who care about bears on the landscape for a wide variety of reasons. And we also need to be able to deal with the proliferation of all of the bear-human conflicts that we deal with. And back of the cocktail napkin calculations, this department spends easily $1 million every year in dealing with bear-human conflicts. The Warden Service Division knows this far better than anybody in the organization, as does Jackie and Nicole and others who deal with this on a day-to-day basis. We could have a whole division in this department just to deal with human-bear conflicts. It's a lot of work. So with that as context, we appreciate what's been proposed in the petitions. And in fact, part of the proposals from the petitions align well with what the department would like to recommend to you for rule changes. That is, establishing a second bear tag to allow bear hunters to harvest an additional bear if they choose to do so. We'll work out the mechanics of that if you decide to tell us to move forward with that. The second would be extending the bear season into December to offer modest increase in opportunities for bear harvest. And the third recommendation in the petitions was to establish a bear baiting season. And as Jackie had mentioned and spoken to in her previous 2 presentations to the board on this topic, there's a variety of concerns that we have about establishing a baiting season, not the least of which is, as I mentioned a moment ago, our objective is to maintain a wild bear population. And right now, the heart of our problem is a proliferation of bears that is more associated with us and our presence on the landscape than ever before. And so we're hard pressed to see wisdom in establishing a baiting season that would offer another opportunity to condition bears to human food sources. I'm not diminishing the interests of the petitioners. I know they're coming from a good place and they care about their home. But, and I've talked with my colleagues from other states that have baiting seasons. And the reality is, as somebody mentioned tonight, the circumstances in Maine, for instance, they're just vastly different than what we have in Vermont. The landscape is different. The communities are different. The population of bears is different. It's apples and oranges. So in any event, thought what we do is rather than go petition by petition, we discuss this topic by topic. And then you can decide what you would like to do, mindful that when we're done with this conversation, Jackie's going to give a presentation that will then lead to a conversation with you about proposed rule changes that we've already shared with you, which includes establishing a second bear tag and extending the bear hunting season into the month of December. It doesn't include a bear baiting season. So why don't we start with establishing a second bear tag? Both the petition from Mr. Lawrence and Mr. Saldi posed this. Their proposal was to establish a second bear tag that would be applied universally, statewide. So why don't we start with that one?
Okay, we'll open up the floor then for discussion on the second bear tag. Would the second tag be given by buying upfront, by buying your license, or would you have to kill a bear to get your second tag?
Well, I'm going to yield to others who've been part of this conversation, but
Should we?
well, what we've discussed so far is that a second tag would be available to any hunter. And the hunters could buy it at any time. You don't have to fill your first tag before you can buy the second tag. Yeah, but our proposal, which I don't want to interject at this stage of the game, because I want you to be able to fairly consider the proposal from the petitioners, but our proposal would not be statewide, it would be WMU by WMU. So you get your bear tag when you buy your license, and then if you wanted to buy a second bear tag, you could buy a second bear tag.
Second bear tag won't be good for the whole state, it's just going to be certain WMUs.
The petitioners proposed that it would be good for the whole state.
So we'd be voting on just this petition, not what the department recommended. This is just, we're on just this one line item right now.
Yes.
I think just for clarification, if you are voting to advance this proposal, that there'd be an option to have a second bear tag. What you're voting on is to advance that proposal to the rulemaking process. So once you vote on these substantive questions, where the department is going to walk through the rule language, and we can have extended discussion about what exactly that looks like, how it would be worded, how those tags would be administered by the department. I think that just to keep this process moving forward, I would just recommend that we vote on the substantive proposal is to allow hunters to purchase a second bear tag with an annual limit of 2 bears per hunter. Do you want to advance that, or do you want to deny that?
Yeah, and then we can get into the finer details with the let's go around. John?
My question, because I haven't been through this before, we have petitions in front of us. The question really is, I thought, do we want to advance petitions, and if we would say no, not to advance it, we still can have the discussion then, because we're the rulemaking team, right? We're the ones, our makes recommendation, but we decide what we want to do. So I was understanding if we vote up or down on the petitions, then the department's going to give a presentation, but we as board decide what we want to advance or if we want to do it. So I'm just a little confused by, if we're voting now on the second license, what does that mean for petitions? Like, petition's been put in front of us, we have to decide to advance it or not.
Yeah, the department has decided to combine these petitions and then go address them item by item. So that makes sense for the board to, I think, duplicate that protocol, address them item by item. And
but if we are supporting, but I'm getting confused, and I apologize. If we say yes, we support portion that's in the petition, are we saying we're advancing that petition? Or are we going to be advancing our own rule that's separate than petitions? I don't know how you bundle it. I think they have to be separate.
Well, I think the other confusing aspect of this is that the department, starting with the board meetings back last fall, we were introducing the idea that we were gonna, that, you know, we thought this was the right time to open fair and to look at the language in that regulation. So if we got a petition and the department had not already begun the conversation about the fair rule, yes, John, to your point, the question would be, do we advance this petition and open the fair? We're already looking at opening the fair. So at this point, this is an opportunity for the board to vote to advance some of these substantive questions to decide what goes into the fair.
We do
Mr.
not-
Chairman,
Go ahead, David.
it is my understanding that the APA, which governs the adoption of rules in the state, gives the rulemaking authority, whether it's the secretary or commissioner, in this case, the board, the right to accept and adopt, accept and modify, reject, or do anything but ignore a petition. Secondly, once the petition is submitted, the authority then goes to the board. The petition doesn't have a life of its own. The petition is to do nothing more than to stimulate the board to take action or not, depending on the desires of the board. So I don't think we need to get too concerned about the petitions. They belong to the board. We can do anything we want with them as a board decision. So I guess what I'm sitting here thinking is, one, it's late, particularly for us old farts. Two, this is a very complex issue with many facets to it. And that I don't want to go through 2 or 3 presentations. I want to know what the agency's recommendation is. Because we can take the agency's recommendation if we are comfortable with it and essentially turn it into the petitions and then move it forward into the rulemaking process. So I'm suggesting that we don't have shadow votes on the petitions themselves. I want to hear from the agency, especially at this hour at night, if we're going to continue with this. Thank you.
So can we just clarify the petitioners? The two of the things that the petitioners wanted are now in the recommendations from the department, correct? With a little bit of difference. So you're going to recommend that two permits, 2 bear permit per hunter and a season extension, correct? And the difference between.
I'm sorry, I did not hear the answer to your question.
There hasn't been one yet. There hasn't been an answer. So, except that the petitioners want both permits to be for the entire state. And you're saying you're going to do it by WMU, correct?
The proposal that you have in front of you, that the department has put together and that we're recommending that you move forward at your pleasure. Those 2 things. It establishes a second bear permit, similar to what the petitioners have proposed, only we would prefer to do it on a WMU by WMU basis. so that we have the ability to fine tune that added level of harvest over time as we get a better sense for how many people are going to be interested in harvesting a second bear. What is that added level of mortality going to look like? It's brand new to us, so we'd like to be able to have that flexibility to manage at that level. That's the only difference between what the petitioners have proposed and what the department has in the proposed rule. The extended season aligns with what petitioners had proposed. The main difference is for both petitions, the petitioners recommend establishing a baiting season during the month of September, and we are not ready.
Okay, so we have heard from an awful lot of people from the public regarding their concerns about bear baiting. So I'm from Grand Isle, we don't have bears, so I don't get emails specifically to me about bear baiting. I get all of the ANR, all of the information that gets sent to ANR, so to all of us. I was keeping track of the number of people who oppose bear baiting. That was 78 by email. And then we have another 28 this evening from people who showed up. That's people, okay, that's people who took the time to comment about their feelings about bear baiting. Plus, there are 8 organizations that oppose bear baiting, including several conservation commissions, town conservation commissions.
Beth, can I just interrupt for 1 second? I
Yep.
apologize. Let's focus on these items one by one. Right in front of us right now is the 2 bear tag. And once we get into the rules that are opened up, official bear rules, we can get into making sausage at that point. Fine tuning the details of what was the substance of the petition and what any other proposals the department wants to make. See what I'm saying? So right now, we got discussing the 2 bear tags. And we can move it on. We want to advance it, reject it to the rulemaking process, and then we can fine tune all these items at that point.
Okay, I guess what I'm saying though is the difference between what the department is recommending
There's a difference.
and the petitions for season extension is the same. For the 2 permits, it is related to whether it's permit by WMU or by the state. Right?
We can, like I say, fine tune that and have discussions about that once we get into the rulemaking.
Can I make a suggestion? When we flip since the petitions, the department is in agreement basically on 2 of the 3 items. Can we go to the presentation, number 7 first? To get the department's overview, and then come back. Because I think the board is kind of stuck right now. This is in line with what David was saying.
Seems like cloudy. It seems cloudy to me too.
Yeah.
Like I'm wondering if we make a decision on the petitions as they are, one way or the other, as a whole, and then maybe come back, depending on how we end up meeting there, maybe come back to vote on the recommendations, depending, like I said, depending on how we come out. It seems like we're running around in circles on this.
I just think we have an obligation for the petitioner to vote on that as a whole. And certainly there's a lot of opposition to this, but I have questions in my mind that haven't been satisfied yet. With the proposal there, and I say this because I live in an area where we're hounded by bears almost on a daily basis. And based on what the department has recommended, I probably would vote against it because it's only going to come close to taking care of the issue. And I'm just bringing that up because that's where I stand.
Yeah, the board could decide to vote on each petition independently, right?
Yes, and so the board's obligation, to David's point, is to take the petition and decide whether to initiate rulemaking. And then from there, we look at how you want the language to be worded. Based on this conversation, I guess it seems like there is an interest in initiating rulemaking and amending the bear rights. And typically, like if we're getting a petition and we have not already decided to initiate rulemaking, we put on the petition and then you initiate rulemaking. We're in sort of an awkward procedural place right now because we're already talking about what would be in the bear rules. So, I think that you could proceed, the procedural requirement is just that there be a decision on these topics on the record, and we could do that by looking at the rule and voting to, having a discussion about the language that's proposed there, and then having a first vote to do the rulemaking. At that point, you will have effectively made a decision on each of these petition topics, because what's in the rule will reflect your decision. Yes.
So, and I apologize, but when I was reading the title, the APA 806 about procedural petitions, it says that any person can submit what was done, we had 2 petitions submitted, and then we're supposed to act in a certain amount of time. And I understood it to read that either initiate rulemaking, adopt or amend or repeal the procedure, or deny the request. So those are, and if we, because I just feel like if we don't address petitions one way or the other, what happens?
But we are addressing the petitions.
So, but my issue with this has been, we entered into this discussion, we want to be, I feel like we're reactive right now. We're not being too proactive. We said we want to have this discussion, kick off December, like, let's have a discussion about the bear rules, not open, and let's have a discussion. And we were hitting these petitions right off before we could even really have in-depth discussions. So we're now reacting. I'm just not sure, because I don't want the petitioners like say, well, wait, what happened to our petition? Did you make any decision? Or can we amend their petition by saying we will adopt certain parts of it or not adopt? I think that's what we can do.
The board can initiate rulemaking, and then as you are looking at the language, you are deciding what elements of the petition is going to be compliant.
We can accept and deny parts of it.
Effectively, yes.
Yeah, that's what the initial, we think, idea was. By addressing each item, we're addressing the petition. But we're just doing it item by item. And for me, that seems simpler, thinking about one thing at a time, and we're discussing it one thing at a time.
I just don't think that's fair. I think we need to be, I'd like to see this really through, let it go to public comment and let it carry its weight where it goes. So department, they still do, they stand behind what they're saying and they let the public make the decision and if they will.
Like the movie body, give it 2 tabs. We'll make a motion that we move on that 2 tabs, and then we can adjust it without. A second.
Okay, we got a motion on the floor
I'm sorry, what was the motion?
Back to 2 tags, so we have 2 bear tags. And then it can be adjusted by the state if it's gonna be different sections, different areas, but just to get this moving.
We can adjust it at some point.
Yeah.
Is that a motion to move to rulemaking for the 2 tabs?
Yeah, yes.
Because that would procedurally be addressing the petition
That part,
substance.
that item.
Okay.
Because you're doing one at a time.
Right.
So we asked for, I did last meeting, so we wouldn't have just one petition. Like the deer petition, if the deer stuff.
That makes sense.
It was 7 different items and we had voted as one. I mean, if we voted it out, all 7 were gone at that time. So let's move on this. And then they could be adjusted.
So we have a motion on the floor to advance the allowance of 2 bear tags.
As it is in the petition?
Yes. We'll go.
No.
And the agency is supporting, in their recommendation, the agency is supporting 2 tags. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank
Your
you.
motion is, as a board, propose a rule for the 2 tags. The 2 tags, and then that can be adjusted. Yeah, right.
Either statewide or WM. We
Yes,
decide
yeah,
that.
we can decide that.
We're just moving
Yeah,
forward.
just move
Making on
forward.
2 tags.
Yeah, let's
Period.
start, yeah. Okay. Kind of describe the normal process that we go through.
So whatever you decide tonight, accept it, modify it, give us whole new rules to perform with. Those are our marching orders. We're preparing a presentation. We go out to the public, we get comments at the same time. And that is bringing some of that forward to
Well, the next,
make that the second vote.
well, so if we initiate rulemaking in this, then the rule as a whole, with all the amendments that we want to advance, we go to the public notice and comment. Or the very least, to come back after that for further discussion in the second vote. At that point, then we can find the proposal that goes to the legislative committee.
So your motion was to move forward on this, so you get 2 tags. 2 tags from the petition, based on the petition, right? Based on the petition? Or the state, from the state, not the petition, but from the state recommended. Then you can adjust it. But we need to involve the petition, I think, okay?
It's addressing the substance of the petition.
Okay, we'll do that, we'll say, part of the petition, yeah. And I'll second the and with the state.
For clarification, we have a motion on the floor to advance the 2 bear tag as described by the petition. That's
Describe the petitions, I thought.
Uh,
It said, not the
I
petition.
thought it was,
Big recommendation.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I thought it was, we were endorsing the agency's position.
On that petition.
You don't
Heather said it right.
You don't have the department's recommendation.
Okay.
Just yet.
Yes, okay.
we gotta forget,
Okay.
we haven't even seen that
Right.
presentation yet, so we gotta
Just move on to petition.
we want to move on.
Right.
Correct. Advance the 2 tag,
Period. Right.
period.
Here, because we have to, as a board, we can do
To the
that.
next
Then give us the option to address additional substance from both the petition and the department.
So again, we have a motion on the floor to advance the 2 bear tag options as described by the petitioners into the rulemaking phase. Is everybody,
I'd like to amend that strike as described by the petition. Just advancing
just advance it?
the 2 rule to the 2 tag. To rulemaking.
Okay, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question?
Yeah.
Are we moving several rulemakings? In other words, if we vote yes on the motion in front of us right now, does that mean we're putting forward a rule to deal with 2 bear tags? And then whatever the next portion is that we're going to deal with, that is yet a separate rule that we would be putting forward? And then if there's a third issue, is there a third rule that we're putting forward? What I would like is for the motion to reflect that we as a board are prepared to move forward with an internal discussion about the 2 bear tag as requested by the petitioners.
I agree with
And
that.
that it will become part of a larger rule to deal with the bear season, take, tags, etc., as a single rule at some point in the future.
The motions we are making now and the votes that we will take are not binding at this point. We're just voting to advance these items from a petition or into the real rulemaking process, which is coming up later. These votes we are taking are not making these rules, they're just clerical. So we know where we are and we can advance it forward to the official, they're making rules. Which will be later in the night. If that makes sense?
It does, and I would like that discussion to show in the minutes.
So we had a amendment offered by Heather to strike the words as recommended by the petition. Again, Marty, you accepted that. It's extra words. So we now have dual motion on the floor to advance the two-bear tag rule to the rulemaking process. Is there discussion on that? All right, I'll take all in favor of advancing that two-bear rule to the rulemaking process, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. Okay, we advance the bear tag rule to the real rulemaking process.
Right, so second substantive aspect of Mr. Lawrence and Mr. Sullivan's petition is to extend bear hunting season into December. I think in their proposal was December 15th. For purposes we've been working out with the Warden Service Division, we're proposing to align it as closely as we can and have it end the last day of December muzzleloader season. That way, there won't be any confusion about changes from the. It's in effect the same thing. So no real change from what was proposed in the petition versus what the department would recommend.
You're gonna essentially do that, that's the end of essentially almost the end of the policy with our archery usually goes a couple days beyond muzzleloader.
Exactly, which is why we said the last day of the deer muzzleloader, December deer muzzleloader season, so that there was a date certain if people could align with everything.
But it's the last day you can actually hunt, because you can be out there in the fall, it's like 2-3 days later, it makes more sense than the end of archery. This is muzzleloader, just because confusion that people out there with balls like, oh, did the season end yesterday, or can I still shoot on the last 2 days?
Should I offer that, with David, the elephant, I think that we need to have a vote to advance a discussion about extending the season to everything.
Yes. And then we have the conversation about the exact dates.
Right.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion. To advance the discussion about extending the late season bear hunting season.
All right, any discussion on that? We have a motion to advance the late
Season
bear season. Okay, all in favor? Say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. Okay. Lengthening the late season bear season advances to the rulemaking stage.
Okay, so the third and final topic from the petitions is the establishment of a bear baiting season during the month of September. Petitioners laid out a variety of reasons justifying their proposal. Appreciate all of that. And the department is, as you've heard, Jackie Camo, our bear project leader in previous presentations, has expressed concern about going down that road. So the department is not recommending establishing a baiting season at this time. If we want a refresher on some of the details around that, Jackie is here and happy to keep the justification that she shared previously.
We will open up the floor to discussion on bear baiting, bear baiting season.
Okay. If, one of my, I got three things I've written down here. One thing I'd like to know is from the wardens. I'd actually contact two personally and have discussion with the event. And I'd like to hear from more wardens, the issues that they're having with the nuisance issue that they're getting called on. I think the baiting, if we can reduce the number of bears, can reduce their therefore not have it for person. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'd like more detail on that. The other thing I'd like information on is from a disease standpoint, I'd like to know from New Hampshire and Maine, what diseases are they dealing with and to what extent? Is it really a problem or is it a perceived problem? Without that, I'm not in favor of denying or going along with the department says. The other thing, composting, which I think is mandatory since 2018, that's created a huge problem. So I don't see baiting as freedom. Baiting is limited for a month. And therefore, in the composting, the horse is out about it. And I'm not even sure with baiting, we're going to be able to reduce the numbers to what they need to be. The department said we have as many as 8,000 bear. We should have only have 3,500 to 5,500. We're not even close to that. So it would take years, even with baiting, to get the number down if that was effective. So for me, I need that kind of information before I ever go along with the department says this point. That's my take on it. There's a few other things too. I've written up a lot of things that I've sent to people who are in opposition with this. And some people just simply don't realize the issue is not. That's significant. I think, I think it was Huntington about 3 years ago where the family lost, I think the state paid like $100,000. It's a huge amount of money. State paid. And then legislature after that, I think they're now a maximum of 5,000. Okay, there's some reduced number that I heard. I haven't seen it. Those are really concerning.
Happy to have Jackie address any of the specific questions now, or we can do that and work on the first question.
Go ahead, Beth.
So I have a question for Jackie. What sort of home range do bears have? Like if a bear is bait, the bait stations aren't monitored all the time. Bears are going to use those stations that don't get shot. So how far are they likely to move?
Yeah, I mean, it's variable depending on habitat quality and density bears and stuff, but typically a female might be like 3 to 7 or 8 square miles, and males are more than that, 10, 25 square miles. And again, they also move seasonally outside of those kind of core home ranges in search of higher quality food. So we'll see bears travel in certain years, 5 to 30 miles outside of their normal area during the fall when they're in hyperphagia. So it's a lot of mobility across the landscape.
So I guess I'd like to say I live in Grand Isle County, so we don't have bears. We do, however, have like almost 40 deer per square mile. That is a lot of deer, and way more deer than any place else in Vermont. And I spend a lot of time gardening, and I plant a lot of trees and shrubs on my property. And with that many deer, I had to learn how to set up and work an electric fence. And every time I plant a tree or a shrub, it has to be surrounded with some kind of fencing. And I feel like electric fences, by the way, work really well. You have to mess with them to get them to get them right, but they work really well. And Jackie says they work well with bears. They work well with deer. They work well with anything bigger than a chipmunk, basically, or a small rabbit. So I think that the answer to a lot of these, the people that have objected to baiting bears have given a lot of different reasons, and I have a list. I can pass out if you guys are interested. There is no guarantee that baiting bears is going to reduce the bear population. In fact, it might increase it. So other studies have shown that, like in Wisconsin, there was a study that they mentioned where the bears during hyperphagia were getting 40% of their food from bait stations, because there's a lot of bait stations in Wisconsin. So what that's doing is just, increasing the ability of females to carry their cubs through the winter, and it might actually increase the number of bears. We don't have any information. There's no published information that says this is actually going to decrease the number of bears. And the other thing is, nobody else has mentioned this, but while I don't live with bears, I have worked in bear country in the past while working on fisheries projects and probably reeking of fish and camping out in a little nylon backpacking tent. My safety and possibly my life and the safety of everybody else in the backcountry depends on backcountry campers being very careful with food and putting them in bear-proof containers. So now, like in the Adirondacks and other places, people are required to use bear-proof containers when they're backpacking in the backcountry. Everybody knows that this, and the national parks and the parks are making a great deal of effort to train people to keep food, to have a bear population essentially that does not associate human smells with food. And my other question is, I know I don't live with bears, but the Vermont population, the Department's population objective is a social carrying capacity, not a biological one, correct? So bears aren't destroying forests yet, trying to eat, they can be them out of their trees. So it has to do with human preference. And Vermont has a very widely scattered population in rural areas. So we're creating problems by not being more careful with compost and garbage. And I'm not a hunter, so maybe I'm missing something, but I feel like in spite of the difficulties, to me, as a gardener or as a wildlife, as a lover of the outdoors, it's a great privilege to live with a lot of wildlife, a lot of different wildlife. And I feel like if I'm losing crops, or I'm not a farmer either, so if I'm losing garden produce, or if I'm losing fruit to animals, to all the mammals that live in Vermont except bear and moose, then I feel like I haven't done my job of exclusion properly. Or maybe I haven't planted enough to share. I mean, so I feel like it's a privilege to have a lot of animals on the landscape. But as I say, maybe I'm missing something. And I was just looking at the number of people who are opponents and proponents of the bear baiting, and we've got almost 100 people who have taken their time to write to the Fish and Wildlife Board, or to come here to this meeting and oppose bear baiting. And we have 8 proponents of bear baiting and 1 organization, the Vermont Bowhunters Association. Bowhunters Association. So, I feel like the whole bear baiting thing is a problem that it's a safety issue. It's a safety issue for people, not just for bears, but it's a safety issue for people. I don't know, there is no evidence that it's gonna actually reduce the bear population, and it might possibly enhance it. We're possibly creating problems with non-target wildlife, potentially spreading disease. My opinion is that we need to follow what the department recommends regarding bear baiting.
That a motion?
I'd just like to say that I would like to see the extra tags and the extended season work out before we go into the baiting process. And it would give the state or the department time to do more research. If they felt they wanted to bait, they could have it regulated and presented to the board down the road. So, okay.
So I'll make a motion then that we follow the department's recommendation and not develop a regulated black bear baiting season.
Second.
Yeah.
So we have a motion on the floor not to advance the bear baiting season into the rulemaking process. Any further discussion?
To say that, labor, but, there's been a lot of work the last number of years about feeding wildlife. That they are feeding what they're doing in Hampshire and National Forest and stepping up protocols for campers. What's happened down Arkansas this past spring is the two fatal attacks with campers associated with food and campsites. And yeah, I think this is bad on many levels, and I don't know if the answer is that. I'm not sure what the two tags would do or extended season, but I agree. I just think to have even MTS, I think would be problematic for. I think it's a whole mistake.
The comments, discussion?
I just want to go on record to say, as a hunter, I have always been proud to live in a state where fair chase is put first, where I have a chance to engage with wildlife and wild behavior. And we have the tools, and we're going to take the time to see how those tools might be useful to manage our bear population, that don't present an additional burden on the department, and which could also result in more time, more money, more taxpayer money than trying to manage a baiting season. Seems like a full man right now, so.
Anything else? So I'll take a roll call on this. So a yes vote means support the motion which does not advance bear baiting season into the rulemaking process. Everybody clear on that?
Yeah, yes, me, no. No, me, yeah.
Perfect. Yes means
What was next motion?
To adopt or to accept the department's recommendation and not develop a black bear baiting season.
That's what majority.
take a roll call. Any further discussion? Right, we go down. Nicholas Vernon,
Yes.
Jeffrey Corey,
Yes.
Richard Craig,
Yes.
David Dean,
Yes.
Beth Devlin,
Yes.
Heather Furman,
Yes.
Neil Hogan,
Yes.
Ryan Kilborn,
Yes.
Paul Noel, yes. Bob Patterson, no. John Balside, Giacomo,
Yes.
Martin Van Buren,
Yes.
the bear baiting season does not advance. Cool. Next up on the agenda is the Black Bear Rules Department presentation.
I just want to note one thing, the petition from Mr. Lawrence and Mr. Selby, recommendation that all amendments to the bill will go into effect, for the 2027 season. Department did not respond to that in our response because it was substitute request. So I'm reminding you that you have discretion. Within the department, outreach has deadlines to get new regulations into the regions. But that can be decided as to get.
So right now, we don't have to address that component of the petition.
I think that you should keep in mind that it was a request, because it's not a substantive request, and we have a lot more to discuss today.
Thank you for that.
And so we're in transition.
We're ready to transition to
I appreciate everybody bearing with us. We've already had dealt with a lot tonight. I think maybe this can go a little bit more nimbly because it's what we're going to talk about now. It's in effect what we just talked about. That is a proposed bear season extension and the addition of a second bear tag. But Jackie was going to give a presentation that offers a little bit of refreshing context around this. Let's give it a whirl.
I know. We've already talked about this a lot. All right, so like John said, we're just gonna quickly kind of do a refresher since it's been a long time since I first brought our potential recommendations to you. Last time I presented, we reviewed what's motivating and directing us towards how we think about managing the bear population. And that's our big game management plan, which has set out these goals for us. Again, these are all oriented around the idea of managing the bear population at sustainable levels, while balancing hunter opportunity, and also trying to minimize negative interactions between people and bears. The most important thing, right, is through that big game plan process, we set that population objective of 35 to 5,500 bears. We also identified using the length of our hunting seasons as a primary way to adjust the population to reach objective. And also that really hunting is kind of the main tool for addressing population objectives.
But
So,
stop it.
sorry, guys. All right, there we go. Not working? Yes, okay. So here's our population estimate over time. And remember in the fall, I spent a lot of time talking in detail about how we get this estimate. So I'm not going to rehash that. But the takeaways are that this is not a precise count. It's not a census. It is an estimate. So we don't get an exact number of bears each year. Instead, we're looking at this as a range that includes our 80% confidence intervals. And with that estimate process, we do get a mean estimate, which are the dashes within that range. But again, that does not mean that's exactly where our bear population is. We're confident that it's somewhere most likely within that range. Really, how we look at this information is we're looking at
Again, that range, but more importantly, that trend or pattern over time in the population. And so as we've talked about in the past, looking back into the early 70s, up until around the mid to late 1990s, we saw this pretty consistent growth trend. And then beginning in the late 90s, really through, most of the 2010s, we saw what we consider relative stability in the bear population. There's a lot of change from year to year, but over time, we were really seeing primarily these fluctuations from around 4,000 up to maybe 7,000 bears. There we go. All right, so in the more recent years, though, beginning around 2018, 2019, we started seeing this growth in the population. And then over the past 4 years, we saw that growth somewhat plateau. And now we've again been in this period where there's pretty significant overlap from year to year in that estimated range. So we're kind of in this brief period of maybe stability, but we're quite above where we've been in the recent past. And we're now more in this range of like 7,000 to 8,500 bears. And again, just a quick overview of what's driving this change in trend over time. Mortality is a big factor that influences the trend in a population. And so for Vermont's black bears, we know that hunting is the major source of mortality for adult bears. Conflict is another major source of mortality. And when I say conflict, I mean anything from a bear being shot out of someone's chicken coop to a bear being struck by vehicles. And as we've talked about in the past, it's bears being struck by vehicles that's the bulk of that mortality set. And then, of course, there's natural mortality, starvation, accident, disease, things like that. And then we've got recruitment, that's births. So how many bears are being born into the population? And then immigration, how many bears are dispersing into Vermont from the surrounding states in Canada? And then, of course, food availability is influencing all of that. And that includes both natural food availability and human-caused food availability. And again, the thing that we have the most direct influence over is that hunting mortality. And that's where our regulations, we can kind of try to tweak them to either increase or reduce that hunting mortality. And so if you look at our harvest over time, there's kind of 2 different color schemes here. Those years with the green bars, those represent when we really just had one bear hunting season here in Vermont. And then beginning in 2013, we split our bear season into 2 consecutive seasons, that early season and that late season. The blue part of those bars represents the amount of harvest occurring during the early season. The orange part is the amount during the late season. Of course, our early season is significantly longer than the late season, so we expect more of our harvest to occur then. But what's interesting here is that you can see there are some years where that late season harvest is relatively small, and then other years where we'll see a lot more harvest occur during that late season. And that's being driven by acorn and beech nut availability. So those years where there's more acorns and beech nuts on the landscape, bears stay out later, so there's more bears available for harvest during the late season. And I just added these arrows as reminders, right? We've tweaked our hunting seasons over time. So these arrows are just identifying years when we've either reduced the length of the season, those are the downward pointing arrows, or years where we've increased the length of the season, those are the upward pointing arrows. And then, of course, what's of interest if we're thinking about the population management side is, okay, we're seeing that increase in our harvest over time. And some of that may be changes in regulations, some of that may be changes in hunter behavior, hunter participation. But the population is also influencing that harvest over time. And so what I'm showing here is the percent of the population that is harvested annually. And again, keeping in mind that our population estimate is a range. So I'm also sharing this percentage as a range from that low to high estimate. And so again, you can see we average over time anywhere from around 12 to 15% of the population being harvested each year during the hunting season, knowing that there's some big swings in certain years. And that I'm kind of representing with this scale up here. These blue lines show that low and high harvest percentage. And then those orange bars are showing you the low and high percent of total documented mortality. So also including those conflict mortalities, which puts us at 14 to 18% of the population on average each year. All right, and I'm going to talk again. Our regulations are primarily designed around hunting opportunity at a sustainable level, while also achieving population objectives and population management. But of course, interactions between people and bears are a part of our management strategy. And so again, we've talked about this in the past, but a refresher on what is driving human bear conflicts in Vermont. The food availability is a central part of this, right? Research has shown that when wild foods are abundant, most bears are going to spend most of their time feeding on wild foods. But when those foods are less abundant, bears are going to look for a food alternative. And if they encounter bird feeders, garbage, backyard chickens, compost, they will take advantage of those food sources. The more opportunity they have to take advantage of those food sources, the more chance there is that it can start to change their behavior over time. And now they may be seeking out those foods, not just when their wild foods are scarce, but they're seeking them out as a regular part of their foraging strategy. And that's what we call food conditioning. So that change in behavior and seeking out human foods as a regular part of their diet. And then, of course, those bears that are spending a lot of time near people's infrastructure, our houses, they're hearing our voices, they're hearing our dogs, they're smelling all of our smells. They slowly can become what we call habituated. So they're less wary, they're more confident, and they're now coming in and out of our backyards whenever they want to. Of course, the size and distribution of our bear population also influences human bear conflicts, as does the size and distribution of our populations, because again, more bears, more people, it's just more opportunity for them to encounter our foods and take advantage of them. And like we like to say in a lot of our messaging, every meal is a learning experience for these animals. So the strategy for dealing with this, as we've talked about in the past, protect and manage habitat, and as John mentioned in his introduction, maintaining high quality wild food sources for bears is important for living with bears as well. We also want to sustainably manage the number of bears, try as best we can to manage bear behavior opportunistically when we can. But really, the solution to this is trying to also change our behaviors to be more diligent and proactive about removing and securing the common attractants. And I'm just going to throw this up here again, because I want to point out one thing. I think it was in the fall, I shared with you guys that graph of the reported human bear conflicts over time. And in 2018, you may remember for a long time, it was pretty steady, not a lot of change from year to year. And in the 2010s, we started to see this increase. And then in 2018, we saw this really big jump. And then in 2020, we saw this even bigger jump. And 2020 is still the worst year we've had in terms of the sheer number of reports of human bear incidents in the state. And I just want to point out, this is 2018, 2019, 2020. Our population range was within our target objective during those years when these conflicts started escalating. And so I just point this out to make sure we're setting realistic expectations when we're talking about managing our population and trying to put it back into this range. Even in this range, it's not like this range is some Goldilocks range where we know when we only have 5,000 bears on the landscape, we're going to see a huge drop in our conflicts. We may not, without addressing the food attractants. We suspect reducing the population is going to help kind of relieve some of the pressure we're all feeling, but it's not going to solve the problem on its own. All right, and so again, as you guys already know, right, we've got our early bear season currently 75 days, September 1st to the day before the regular deer rifle season. We've got our late season, which is the first 9 days of the regular deer rifle season. And then we've got our bear hound hunting, which for resident hound hunters, that's 75 days. It overlaps with the early bear season. And for non-resident hound hunters, that they have a 60-day season that starts September 15th and goes through the early season. And I'll also remind you that with the bear hound hunting season, right, they have to have a special permit to participate. And there's on average around 130 people participating in that season. So, as John already mentioned, our formal kind of recommended regulation changes are extending that late bear season. So trying to give more opportunity at the end of the season to see if you increase the harvest. We've talked about there's different lengths we could look at just going through the deer rifle season. We're suggesting going through the deer muzzleloader season as the recommendation. And then we also are suggesting to allow for a second bear to be harvested. So basically a 2 bear bag limit. But that second bear has to be purchased with an additional, or can be taken with an additional permit that would need to be purchased or tagged. And again, we're suggesting we do this by WMU because we have not done this before. And so we really just want to get a feel for what this looks like. And then we also feel like this gives us the most flexibility and we'd be the most responsive over time in terms of maybe allowing this in certain parts of the state, but turning it off in other parts of the state if needed. And then when we decided we wanted to open the bear rule to make changes, we did go through a whole list of potential options. And so these are all the things we discussed: establishing a spring bear hunting season, establishing a baiting season, extending the early bear season into August. We also talked about some hound hunting changes, potentially going back to requiring the registration of individual dogs on a bear dog permit, establish bag limits for bear dog permits. We talked about reciprocity for non-residents. We also discussed things like allowing online reporting of harvested bears. And as we discussed in February when I was here, we've also been talking about the prohibiting the intentional harvest of sows accompanied by cubs. That was all. So, questions, comments, discussion?
Go ahead, Paul. Please include zone I for a second time.
Yeah.
Along those lines, look, other than unit A, bears are pretty widespread and robust. Wouldn't it be cleaner and simpler and make that a statewide, the 2 tag, the statewide option rule?
It would be simpler. Yeah.
You don't think it could stand that?
I don't think it's more that we don't think you could stand it. I think it's more that, again, we're not sure. And so our perspective is to take that more conservative approach. I think we talked about this when I was here before. We'd be taking into some considerations that were outlined in that Big E management plan when we think about the WMU. So things like, where do we see like robust harvest already occurring, which would be an indicator of, adequate hunter participation and interest? Where are we seeing parts of the state where land use is maybe not as compatible with a vibrant bear population? So areas with a lot of ag, areas with more residential development occurring, and then also areas with more human bear conflicts potentially. So I think our thought was like, turn this on and some of those WMUs that kind of check those types of boxes. And again, it would be a hearty discussion as to which ones we would prioritize. Let that operate for, maybe 2 or 3 years to see, because again, we see enough variation from year to year in our harvest, see what that looks like, and then reevaluate if we need to go bigger or smaller with that.
But we have a potential first vote here, but we don't have all the detail on that.
We have
Go ahead, Mel.
2 things. First, on that, we as a board, we can just decide, you need a recommendation, we can decide how we want second tag. Doesn't have, we don't agree with the department on that.
Sure. I'm just,
right. And then, but The one question I had was on the last point, prohibit potential high-risk females hunted by cubs. Of all emails I received, baiting was by far the lowest. The second was on that issue. And especially the last couple of weeks, and a lot of the emails I was reading, I think people were confused because I was getting emails saying support department's recommendation. I think there's a lot of people out there thinking the department was putting this form. Because I don't know if anybody else read the emails that way, but I did receive a lot of emails saying, so I'm just curious if your position is, I mean, I brought this up the last time you were here, because not knowing history and was asking questions and I'll feedback on that. So I was just curious as to why not there, putting that forward.
I'm happy to take that one if you allow it. Imagine my arms are around all of you when I say what I'm about to say. Imagine the support for bear hunting. It's rungs of a ladder and spot stop being at the very top. Hound hunting, next rung down. Sorry, guys. It's the truth. And then the bottom being hunting over bait. Prohibiting the intentional harvest of sows with cubs doesn't make the ladder, right? It's unconscionable to most people. A lot of people are looking for leadership around this issue. It's an emotionally charged topic and one that some of you have lived through in the past couple of years, right? We've done this once recently. And the arms around you part is something that I feel duty bound to explain to you all. There is a significant portion of our credibility as a department and the board that relies on how people perceive our ability to manage something that may not be a biological need. Only because of public perception, right? And we do that in other realms. We do that socially for spike points and other social reasons. The pieces, there are a couple pieces that I really struggle with around coming out and plunking this down as an actual recommendation from the department, because I do want to I want to have this be a discussion from all of us and from all of you that's driven by how your constituents feel and how you feel. You did it once already tonight. But I want you to know what you're up against. And some of you know that, but there's more to know. The pressures that we feel sometimes as a department aren't shared through to the board. And one of those pressures is from the legislature. That's important. The constituency, the hunters, the non-hunters, the advocates, the wildlife lovers, that is Vermonters in general, that is of utmost importance. And then to ourselves as a department that has to manage something like this is important as well. I know that this is within the board's purview to do. I know that the department could likely manage it. Again, the hard part that I have is reconciling the difference between, let's say, a well-intended person, hunter in the woods, knowing that this is illegal, and then not wanting to pull the trigger now when we're at a time when we need more bears harvested. That's one problem. And then reconciling against that, against another reasonable person on their way to the grocery store, because most people are feeding their families with bear meat. That's why they eat bears. Another person just driving to the grocery store, running over a sow and orphaning 3 cubs. And then all of a sudden the hunter is the terrible person, and the person driving the car just gets to live their lives as if nothing happened. And I really struggle with this, and I want you all to struggle with it too. I want the public to see you struggle with it. And I want this to come from a place of unified decision making. And right now, I think we've accomplished it by talking about it. But I know that there is a significant portion of society that would love to see this. I feel like we could manage it, but I don't want I don't want any of us to do this by ourselves. I want us to be marching in the same direction when we do it. And we don't have to do it tonight, but I do want to discuss, as much as I can pressure the board to discuss it. And I don't know if that's within the secretary of the board's purview to voice that upon you. But I want to get it out there because I feel we're at a time where we need to lead here, and we can, but I want it to be together.
So here's where I am with the fellow commissioner. There were two examples given this evening. One was in Stowe, where a sow was shot or taken. And it was pretty clear that that hunter, there was apparently witnesses, there was camera footage, that he knew that sow had cubs and he took it anyway. So in my mind, if you know, that could be prosecuted under a rule. And I get hung up with the word deliberate, and I'm sorry to pick on your petition, but it's in there 4 or 5 times, and deliberate is hard to enforce. And I think in Stowe, it's enforceable. But with a hunter that makes a mistake, an honest mistake, which was also described over on this side of the room, I think there needs to be protocols for that hunter so that he's not prosecuted, he or she is not prosecuted. And I don't know exactly what those are. I think the first step might be calling a warden and trying to deal with the situation, but not to walk away from it. So I don't, and I've mentioned this to you before, Andrew, I don't want a rule to be out there to be a feel-good rule. I want it to have substance. And I don't know if we're there yet. I think if we could do more education, social media, anything we can do to distract from that, taking sows with cubs. I'm all for it. No one that I have talked to in my hunting community would ever take a cow or a sow with cubs. So. Sure, I am.
I guess that would lead me to a question for Jackie. With the population growing the way it is this happening very often, do we believe? Can you quantify?
It's hard to know. Yeah, it's hard to know. I think again, based on our like surveys of hunters, that's the sentiment Neil just expressed is what we hear from the hunters is that, you know, the large majority don't want to do this. And so when it is happening, I think the majority would most likely be, you know, accident. Then again, there have been a couple cases where it seems like the person knew what they were doing and did it anyway.
I guess just my opinion would be that if hunters were killing a lot of sows with 2 or 3 cubs, it'd be hard for the population to be growing.
Yeah, I think, right. I think it's certainly not having a population level impact. Yeah, if it's happening in any sort of significant way.
You have the number of bears that are taken by hounders and the percentage?
Yeah, so it's the average is around, getting late, numbers are. It's somewhere usually in that like 15-ish% of the harvest is taken with dogs. 15%.
That's all.
Yeah. Again, a lot of hound hunters enjoy the run, but don't necessarily harvest a bear. And can be very selective about harvesting bears. And so, and again, there's only around 130 of them doing it. So
if they all, everybody that shoots a bear takes 2 bears, you're really not gonna put a dent in the population.
if all the hound hunters took the bears.
If they all double up, not gonna change a lot.
Yeah, except again, they're allowed to bring out, someone can, as me as a non-hound hunter, can go out with a hound hunter as long as I have my bear permit and hunt with them. But yeah, I mean,
And is there a limit? How many bears, pack of dogs? There's no limit.
no. But we see that, and I, kind of run those types of numbers, most of them are taking, less than 3. Most of them are taking 0. And then after that, it's, 1 and 2. And then, yeah.
Most are taking 0.
Well, there's a large number that takes 0 every year. And again, we're not necessarily surveying, so some people could still be buying their permit and not actually hunting, but it's, yeah. There's a large number every year that takes 0. Yeah.
Some research I did in New Hampshire last year, they sold 1,023 additional licenses. They harvested 42 bear.
With a second bear tag, yeah.
1,023 licenses.
That's, I've talked to their biologist a few times about this, and he said they've seen high interest. But again, yeah, they're averaging across, I think, what is it, 3 of their WMUs. Basically, it's just under 50 bears each of the 2 years they've done it.
That's not statewide, right?
No, so again, it's at like 3 WMUs, yeah. Yeah, so again, it's, yeah. It's probably going to be a modest increase.
Farmers allowed nuisance tag.
They can get permission to take bears depredating on corn. Again, we've got boards here can speak directly to it, but you have to, document it, get permission from the warden. I don't know, Mike, if you want to.
Is it hard for the farm to have to go through that process?
No, they're found standing for the shops. That's what most of them are.
Without, just like you can get an apple for that. Do they know that?
That's what it's all.
How many, do you guys have a rough idea?
Jack, we don't.
Yeah, I mean, that gets compiled into those conflict mortalities. And it varies from year to year. I don't know the exact numbers off the top of my head, but we could easily pull that out. How many statewide? I know anecdotally what I hear either directly from farmers or wardens or hound hunters or others who have been like working with farmers is that, some of them wait until the hunting season. So they take a few sometimes with that depredation option, but then they're encouraging people to come hunt their cornfields. Just a more, so there's some unknown number right there being taken beyond just the depredation permits. Where I hear the struggle that I have heard of from them is, they're busy working, and so then to also be trying to shoot bears while they're working and finding people who are willing to come in and do that for them can be a struggle sometimes.
Majority are shot and born. There are a handful that are shot with market chickens and whatever crops.
Any bees sometimes, or
It does happen.
Yeah.
The farmer shoots a bear in corn, is he required to then process it?
It's required.
Yeah, for me,
It's
I mean, we try really hard for any bear shot in any sort of conflict situation to require that meat to be salvaged.
that's in law. They're required to dress it and care for it. If they don't want to utilize the better cells, it takes it.
if you did a rundown on the WMUs you were considering some tags in, do you have that data?
We honestly have not.
Hope you haven't.
We haven't talked yet as a group, so, yeah. But again, I mean, I would imagine, it'd be more than 3 or 4. We'd be looking to try in, a decent number of them, looking at those factors I mentioned.
One of the things we've been asking is a board, like we brought story to give us the ability to come to you annually and
Oh, just like WMUs, just like Can't Real Estate Med, like. Good, thanks for your, but for that.
That for this, just a second time, not the first time.
Yeah. So I have a question about the person who was caught shooting a sow that had cubs in stow. I mean, the way the rule is now, was that person prosecuted or did anything?
I'm not going to case correctly, sorry.
It's perfectly new.
Okay.
That's the problem. Yeah, I don't think, I was prosecuted.
Okay, so. I mean, I know it's not gonna be possible to prove intent in most cases, but if we had in law the prohibition of intentional harvest of sows with cubs, wouldn't that give us wouldn't that give the warden service some ability to do something about intent, what's obvious intent,
My
obviously
concern with
intentional?
that right along has been that there's gonna be people that won't shoot a bear because they're not sure if there's cubs and the bear goes, leaves. And then, so that's a little negative from a harvest standpoint. So I think that would, happen a lot, but I think it would happen.
And you only got 3 seconds,
You only got
5
2
seconds.
seconds.
You might not, especially early season, second, with all the understory and stuff. And you're talking seconds, minutes. It comes out.
So we can end up further reducing the harvest. I heard, some stressors on the population. But yeah, our population is increasing. So those, I'm sure there are some stressors, but apparently they're not affecting the population enough.
Yeah, I mean, I guess when you say stressor, the big one that comes to mind are some that are like something like beech leaf disease, right, which was mentioned, and that's something that has not taken effect yet. It's here, but we're not seeing the mortality yet of trees. So that's like a big one that if it's as bad as it's projected to be, it's going to, wipe out one food source that is important for, bears in like the mountainous and parts of the state and the Northeast Kingdom. But again, as I've pointed out to others, right, bears little, throughout Canada, down into Mexico, lots of places where there are not beech nuts. These are super adaptive animals. But again, that does have the potential to have some significant implications on our bear population for sure. Other stressors, again, we're seeing these animals, are very resilient. Again, our department works very hard around issues with habitat loss, fragmentation, trying to minimize those types of stressors. But again, we're seeing bears are pretty resilient to it. But it does make living with them a lot harder when we're, putting those stressors on their habitat.
Anything else for Jacqueline? We have the option here to vote on this for the first vote that makes it to the.
So Paul, the next thing on the agenda was, since you have voted to advance the rule, to advance certain changes to the rules, we had put together a draft that has some edits, some are grammatical, some are substantive. Given the time, you all have copies of that, but we can walk through it quickly. The rule itself is relatively short. We can walk through it quickly. We can have more discussion.
I think we can walk through it. And
And again, I think so there, you should have gotten this You know, that they're also very happy.
Yeah, it was way over. Well, that kind is somewhere in that area. Not that much of it. Okay.
Yeah, I have it. And as I go through this, I want to mention that what's redlined right now reflects the department's proposals. But again, if we're opening this rule and there are additional elements that the board would like to discuss, that's certainly your prerogative.
You have extra copies, because the one I was emailed didn't have any red ones.
Yeah, mine didn't either.
Yeah, I don't think anybody got a red one.
It's just. When I printed it, it shows. The changes to lighter. Lighter print.
Yeah, this, yeah, I didn't get everything in there.
Abigail.
And underlined.
We'll bring copies in and just gonna.
I got a proposition to do it right now, underlined.
It's in right there. Where is? Which one? There's it.
Okay.
Can I ask you a technical question about the two tag rule? So you get it. I'm an old guy, right? So I get the early season. I get the late season. On my license. So if I fill the early season, I need to buy another tag because I have the late season.
As I sit here right now, you have one tag and your early season, if you used it, would be, your late season would be rendered. Out of season effect.
Assuming that we approve two tags in that time period.
Yeah. But we haven't covered permanent and lifetime licenses yet.
Okay.
But Dave's got his hand up saying.
That's been confusing to some people, and we're looking at changing licenses, so you only had one bear tag, because you can only take one bear.
Yeah.
You have the early season privilege or the late season privilege, it's not a tag, it's a privilege to hunt that season. But that's one tag.
Okay.
So this would be a second tag.
But it has to have to be purchased.
So.
Okay. I was looking for a free tag.
Eliminate that early season.
No. Because you can only take one bear annually, you don't have two tags.
No, but if we go two tag group,
Right.
we would eliminate.
You can shoot two in that early season if you want to.
So why would we do early season, late season tags? So it's fine tags.
That gives you the privilege to hunt that time period. It's not a tag taken in.
You don't, yeah.
And you,
Well, no, I understand.
you actually get one free tag.
Yeah, I pay $5 for early season, I get, but if we're gonna go two tags, why would we even have that extra? I just trying to understand. The point is two tags, I'm trying to get.
Sorry, I brought it.
Again, some of it is just to track hunting participation too.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But.
I think it's confusing.
So when it was taught to me, the fact that you bought an early season tag meant that you were going to hunt between September 1st and the first day of rifle season, right? We wanted to know who those people were. And so that's hence the reason for that early season bear tag purchase. We now know that you intend to hunt bears. Whereas, you know, if you didn't have to buy that tag and you shot a bear on September 3rd, maybe you just saw one, right? Maybe you just saw a bear and you shot it. Doesn't mean you were necessarily targeting bears. And that was the way to capture that hunter harvest pepper. That was the way it was explained to me.
What does that do for archery hunters though? Because I know if I took advantage of that, I bought it on the off chance that I might encounter a bear with my bow. So it doesn't really.
Good point. I think it still signals an intent to hunt bears. And whereas someone that didn't buy it and had an archery tag, had a bear walk by them, didn't shoot it.
It's not perfect. To that exact thing, yeah.
Thank you.
It'll be a lot more clear when that's $40 tag.
No, I'm just trying to, sorry. So when if we go to second tag, if you rule the second tag, I would have to buy an early season tag, my first tag. I potentially buy two early season tags and still automatic, if I don't fill those, I automatically get
The way we've written this is you will be able to fill your second tag in either the early or the late season.
But in order to hunt from September 1st to November 16th, you have to have purchased an early season tag.
Right, but could you purchase 2 early season tags, I think is what he's saying, because they're significantly less money.
Second tag, as long as we have the early season, that's early season tag. Then you can take 2 bear during the early season. The early season tag is not, like David said, it's your permission to hunt during that first part of the
Yeah,
season.
it's all the tag. It's a late, early season license, it's not a tag.
Okay, early season license.
And there's a late season license, which the tag can be used either season. And now you have 2 tags, they can be used in either season or all in one. And that, but if you eliminate the early, late season, that's how, if you just call it.
They have. I see, I see. It doesn't make sense.
All right, we can do a quick run through. And by quick, I mean we can take as long as we want. I have not proposed any changes in the authority section. This walks through the board's authority, in enabling legislation that allows you to adopt this rule. Purpose of the rule remains the same. The changes in the definition section are just technical corrections. So there is an extra as that is being stripped, completely strike. We have made some changes just to refer to, several years ago, the official statutory name of the department became the Department of Fish and Wildlife. It was previously Fish and Wildlife Department. We've made a few tweaks just for consistency across our rules in reference to the name of the department. So that's the red lines you see in some of these definitions. The tweak in 3.9, it was previously read department registered dog tags. Everywhere else in the rule, it refers to a department registration dog tag. I've simply made it consistent with the rest of the rule. Again, technical correction designated by the guide dog planner. This removal and replacement of 1 or more dogs to the trail of the bear. The first substantive change, as discussed, reflects the department's recommendation to extend the late season. The way it is drafted here, it would extend the late season to the last day of the December muzzleloader season as defined in section 37. That's the deer management. I know there was a little bit of discussion earlier in the evening about to date on which this season should end. But this is at least the first run through. This was the language that we are proposing. The next substantive change here in section 5 relates to the second bear tag. Currently, the language states that a person shall not harvest more than 1 black bear per calendar year, not to include animals taken in pursuant to 10 U.S.A. 4827 in uses law. The proposed language states that a person shall not harvest more than 1 black bear per year unless the board determines the second bear may be taken during the calendar year within specified WMUs based on the recommendations of the department. To take a second bear, a person must purchase a second bear tag issued by the second bear may be taken during either the early or late season and only within the WMU specified by the board. The way it's written does contemplate that every year the department would come to the board with a recommendation about whether a second bear tag is appropriate based on the previous year's harvest and what WMUs that should be allowed in. the department or the board would make a decision. I think we can talk about the process around that. There's no statutory requirement that this be subject to a notice and comment period, so it could be simply a board vote based on the department's recommendation. And then that would go into effect the next season. Again, this is the first run through this, certainly open to discussion about how the board feels that we can best implement this environment.
Otherwise, that would be handled just like interim. Everybody,
Sorry, it could be,
the second bear tags and what units it would be allowed, it would be handled just like animal deer permits are now.
yes, the one distinction I'll make is that statute requires a public process around the antlerless deer permit numbers. Because you're actually deciding on the numbers of deer that can be taken. So the statute requires that there be a 30-day public notice period to make that decision. Statute doesn't speak to this. The board could make a decision without an additional public notice and comment period if they want to.
So this could be quicker and simpler.
It could be a simpler process.
Okay.
This is just a technical correction here. Department registered dogs and possess valid department issued bear tags. This person hunting, pursuing to black bear with the aid of dogs. There's unnecessary that dog is in here. Not changing, not proposing any changes now to prohibitions. And there's one change proposed in the reporting section. If a black bear is taken with the aid of dogs, the person who harvested the bear and the bear dog permit holder must both be present to legally report the harvest. The last sentence states that if the bear dog permit holder harvested the bear, only he or she must be present when reporting the harvest. That is inferred in the previous sentence. Person who took the bear has to be because the instructors read. And that does it. That is the initial round of amendments to this rule that go to that department. And this point, whatever the board would like to do in terms of either voting to advance these or continuing the discussion around some of the details presented here, is up to you.
All right, let's open it up for discussion.
Sorry, I'll shut up after this. Two questions.
You don't have to shut up at all.
The Mark made a point earlier about the deer rule, how we realized we had different parts of the deer rule, but we had to vote for the whole, and if we voted down one part, we're essentially voting down the whole rule. Looks like the way this is going to go through the deer rule, bear rule, excuse me. This is ultimately what we vote on. Second vote is going to be the rule as a whole, right? So you can't, they're not separating out. Okay, that's me, I'd be hesitant to go forward on the first vote tonight. This amendments, I'm just more trying to keep things simple. We're gonna go to December. I don't know why we wouldn't just end it in archery, a couple more days, but it just takes care of the ambiguity if someone's in this, someone's out there the last 2-3 days, and what we don't want to do is someone who's like, that goes in end of the December season, they shoot one with a bow and finds out it's actually have to muzzle it a day or two earlier, and then they're selling. It's confusing because I know it's confusing now. People are confused when archery ends. It's muzzle right because they actually need to see. But so I just think if we're going to go that far, let's just make it the last day of deer hunting. Yeah, raw hunting, which is big game deer hunt. It's just like 2-3 days. But you'd think that it would take the confusion out. Okay. Keep it simple. What's the point of waiting, ending it 3 days earlier, 2 days earlier? Yeah,
I don't think we have strong opinions one way or the other, it was more in conversations with Kurt Shedman. The reason there was, that's a date that doesn't change from year to year, but it's also getting the supplier, just what the most of their, I think all of them. I just wanted it to be a straightforward for the public community.
And I guess, John, I didn't find it confusing. Last day of December muzzleloader season. No, I read the law book, I mean, I just read last day of December muzzleloader season.
yeah, but I just think that average hunter out there, it's like the bear season goes into December, they might be like. Out there, the season goes actually goes a couple days past muzzleloader, people might be.
I hope the average hunter is reading the law book and says last day of December muzzleloader season. Yeah.
Well, I just,
You know,
I guess, I just think it's. And there, if we're sending this through deer season, if we're going through this whole effort, then why not just have it end, so it just, there's no. Because we all know people who's either out there that could be confused, they might read it and might misunderstand it, I just try to make it simple, that's all.
You're saying that hunters are stupid.
You know, I might want to mute your,
That's all right.
you might.
Anyway.
There's no negative to do, there's no negative doing that in my opinion, or, right, to extend it.
And amend that.
So I'll make a motion to amend it to. End the last day of archery. Or however that's defined in the. Archer deer season, yeah.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Extend the late bear season till the end of archery season, not the end of muzzleloader.
So difference in dates.
2 days.
2 or 3 days.
It is. Just a percentage change different.
Archery is December 15th. Is that when it ends? And sometimes muzzleloader ends on the 12th and 10th, 9th, depending on the year.
You say deer season, I don't know if to change it, because if the other dates ever change, then you've got another issue. So I would have to be favorable.
Further discussion?
What's that?
What do you mean? I don't.
Well, if you say archery season, and then at some point, the season changes, then you gotta change.
Right, you have to go back.
Or if you just say the end of deer season, it's the last day of deer season. Doesn't make a difference whether it's archery or muzzle loading or whatever.
Why, that makes more sense.
That way, it's just, you know, you'll never have to worry about it.
Work for me.
Well, you have a motion on the floor to modify again. Changing the end of bear season to the end of archery season and not the end of December muzzleloader season.
I'll amend the motion through, say, deer season, end of deer season. I think technically you have to get the people who made that motion to agree with it.
Yes, I agree with that.
A deer season, you're saying
Whatever it is,
whenever archery ends.
whatever archery or muzzle, doesn't make any difference.
Well, no deer season. There's a muzzleloader deer season, there's an archery deer season. You just say deer season. I say,
Sounds like it'll never be passed.
so don't you say December 15th then?
Because it's 9:30 at night and you're taking over the day. Personally, I gotta get up at 4 AM to go to work, so that's.
All right, well, we got a motion. Was it agreed to be amended? Say dear Susie.
This one, oh, yeah, December 15th, number 4. I guess I'll go back to, I have to say R3, December 15th. It's simple.
I like that better than anything else. December 15th, if R3 ends every year on December 15th, just say the bear season ends December 15th.
Yes. Okay. I would draw my motion even more.
I'll throw in that second.
Just a minute. You make it.
You can. I make a motion that we say that the bear season ends on December 15th every year.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? No, good. All in favor of that motion, Andy?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? So that motion has passed. When? Fair season, December 15th. Period. Okay. Period. Anything else look okay to, we can take, I'd like to get a quick vote on this and to move it to the next stage and the public hearing stage.
So we're gonna leave out any prohibition against filming themselves as counts.
Unless that's something you want to bring up and motion.
I would suggest we not vote on personal tonight, have that discussion at the next meeting. It's getting late. At least we have the discussion.
I think we should have it.
Do we need a motion to wait?
We don't need motions, but.
And all that.
Either way, but we're already here.
The chair can just go on to the next item on the agenda.
You can go to the next item on the agenda.
The next item is Commissioner Butler.
So,
Yeah. I would like to get the first vote done today. But I think, could we take a straw vote on waiting and having a tough discussion?
Can I clarify how, would that be an amendment to the rule that we just, if we want to pass this,
Yeah.
but we still want to have the SoundCloud discussion, how does that come back into that?
So the first vote is to advance these changes to planning and committee. I think that a prohibition, I would recommend that you have that discussion before you advance to vote, because that is what the public is going to be commenting on. If you think you might want to include a prohibition on filming sounds in the field, you want to give the public an opportunity to think. And if it's not in there, they're not going to be commenting on that.
Don't we have to direct the department respond to that petition? Or have they?
There was no petition on South.
can I make a motion to table this until the next meeting?
Here.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like we're. I move to table this discussion to the next meeting.
Second.
It's a procedural motion. Doesn't need a second.
So we're the table this now. Or we got the other solution. Or maybe it's a process, so we're gonna be in Actually,
If you voted on it now, we won't be able to get it until the 2027 lot items. You voted on it now, or you voted on it at the next meeting, we'll do the best we can to pass it this calendar year. It could, if it's the desired board going to effect in 2027, and we would then have to vote for that item, which could be how we're going to make the money.
Jonathan, for actually here. I'm Jonathan, the Public Information Officer. Like John said, you can decide on a time in which you can pass something. From a communicating news perspective, we would recommend not passing something that's not in the upcoming year's guide with the expectation that come into effect for the year that guide is published. We've been there before recently. It's very difficult to communicate to the constituents and what people's are when things are different than what is going to think. You can choose to do it, but it's not what we recommend this kind. So just the consideration.
All right, so I motion on the floor to table recommendations by the departments to allow a discussion on tuning cell the first of the year code.
It's real, I think it's really, I should maybe clarify. I think it's just to continue the conversation on the bear management rules, not specifically shooting bears and cubs or sows and cubs.
Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Right. On the table. A bear rule discussion. That's, next is commissioner's update.
I'll be brief as usual. Thank you to everyone who chose to be here tonight and spend their time, caring about wildlife so much and standing up, in front of everyone and sharing your thoughts, and especially to the board, even more especially to the department staff who, definitely is extraordinary and through every meeting. Heather, this really isn't standard. We usually go on much later. But there are two things I want, well, one thing I want to talk about, the two legislative updates that I have that I always want, I feel like I owe you all. There has been a change to the posting rule. H723 was signed by the governor. I don't feel like I've shared this with any of you yet. So as we sit here now, the posting rule has changed, or the posting law has changed. You are no longer required to date your signs. You were never required to sign them. You were no longer required to date your signs, which was a good thing for many folks who found that arduous and a year-over-year task. I do feel personally that it's going to lead to some disrepair, so I would still encourage people to visit their signs annually. All corners and boundaries, contrasting colors, registering with the town clerk will still all apply. And there is one other nuance that, two other nuances. So if a sign falls down and a reasonable person would still know that lane is posted, that person would still be liable for prosecution, pending a warden's and a prosecutor's ability to find that person. It's a bit of a contentious piece, but I think we can live with it. So far, state's attorneys have come out in favor of its enforceability. So that's a good thing. The next bill that's H723.
Interesting. It also allows for recommendations.
Thanks. It clarifies plainly that a person may post any day of the year that they wish. That was how we got ourselves into this change this year. We tried to do that, and our effort didn't land well. My effort didn't land well. And so they fixed that also. So you can post any day that you wish. Your date of posting or registration with the town clerk becomes your date of posting. That's the registered posting. And then our housekeeping bill, H728, has not been signed yet, but it's getting close. And you can correct me if I misstep here. That's going to allow us to charge for the second buck tag you all voted for. which we're very excited about. Not to give that one away next year. It's going to do some points right sizing for some of the wardens, points and penalties system that came through House Environment last year and some this year. And then we're going to have the opportunity to sell a 365-day fishing license, which is great. And will reduce some churn and allow people to buy a license in September on Labor Day and have it good for Memorial Day. Very important to us. There's also some removal of some language that would require us to put the champion lands into the 10-year management plan or a 10-year management plan and push that into 20 years, like all the other state lands, as well as maintaining some community outreach, which is necessary. We're having to do. We are still watching one other bill. It's not super meaningful to this conversation, but it has done away with our ability to set the area license that we had hoped for. We're still going to likely approach the legislature next year in a manner more of their liking. But our ability to set our own fees is largely intact. It's not over until it's over, and we'll continue to monitor these bills. But staff and especially have been extraordinary in making a lot of this year. Any questions around the legislature?
What is the cost gonna,
About 181.
what is the cost gonna be on the second bucket?
I don't know.
The statute states that any additional fees we set will be consistent with the going rate for the same species. And not our proposal, but that was where the legislature landed. So it'll probably be similar to what you said.
There may be some nuance there between an archery tag and our animal lottery tags. But I'm assuming everyone wants one. There's no reason why we shouldn't value it, in my opinion, but we'll find out where we land. It's gonna involve. Applying for the lunch now. When is that start? Tomorrow. Yeah, start tomorrow. Thanks to you all. The email may have already gone out. But I don't want to keep you all here any longer. Thank you so much for your dedication to this effort. And see you in June. Travel safe.
Right, we have a motion to adjourn. All in favor? Opposed? Adjourn.
Everybody have a safe drive home.
Good.